Jeg streamer live nå. Jeg streamer live nå. Sånn. Hello, Dr. Pratek. Yes, I started the streaming already. So.
Okay, making streaming live on YouTube. Okay.
Yes. So, is my sound okay?
We don't need to record now, no?
What? Yeah, you should record as soon as I give you host. You should record so you can we can upload it later to the KOA accounts. Okay. You know.
Make me host.
Let's see. I can give you a host like this. You did an amazing job yesterday. That was really good. So
almost 5 hours.
Hello, Professor Morrow. Welcome.
Good morning, welcome. How are you?
I'm good.
Great. Great. Good day and happy Sunday to everyone.
Happy Sunday.
Namaskar.
What is the difference between namaste and namaskar?
See.
It's more of for friends, isn't it? Namaskar is like more. Namaste is a bit more formal, or?
Meaning is same. There is no difference. Namaste, namaskar, and I'm the same. Synonymous.
Great.
I invited a special friend, Professor Morrow, Koraveshar Pandey.
Wow.
Would like to say a few words. He's he's the editor of the Indian Post and various. He's like a media mogul. So just thought of it in the nick of time.
No problem. He is welcome.
Thank you. Oh, let's see if he comes in soon. I already start streaming to YouTube already on my account, but
yes.
The Pratek will record as well, so we can upload it to the KOA.
Yes, right. Everything is okay.
Yes. You know, I always get this. There's something about when you depend on technology. And you're used to, you're used to handling the situation, but you never know. Perhaps I lose my internet connection or something happens. There's always this tension. It's like when I was really active singing on the Star Maker app. Mm-hmm. At one time, I was walking around a gas station in Norway, and I was singing, and people like, what's the matter with this guy? And they didn't know I was singing in front of 4,000 people. And I was really concerned about, do I have enough battery on this phone and everything? But I saw the looks. Wow, there's something strange about this guy singing into his phone. I was, especially since I love singing worship, and then you have to put some heart into it, you know.
Yes.
That was it was interesting.
Yes, interesting. Strange period. This is really strange.
It is very strange.
In some cases, also funny, I think.
Yes.
Because as you know, in some cases during some video call I saw in the past, incredible things. The people that yes.
You forget, everything I'm live
was,
or something.
yes, right. Everything was happening.
Yeah. Especially like I talked about yesterday, you know, turning off your mic before you go to the bathroom. That is a good idea. Because that can be a bit. I did watch some of yesterday's conference. I must say, I was so impressed by all the participants and everything. That was really, it was, and with the opening we had with the news about Dubai, that was like incredible.
Yes, I think that we are in the right path, and this is the first our conference is the milestone. I think is really the milestone. We can start from here, and I think that in front of us we have really a good opportunity to build something to great together. I think
so too. Very much so. It's kind of fun because, you know, people have been talking about this KOA. This is just some mirage, something
virtual and so on, blah blah blah.
Yeah, and then we get recognition from somebody like that. That is quite in your face. Sorry.
Yeah,
I kind of like that. It's cool. Oh, it's such a beautiful day here in Sweden. Sun is shining, and you know, when you have the winter and you get the snow, it's so lovely.
I know because I have really a big friend from Helsinki is quite similar, and every day he have update to me related to the weather and so on. And I love Scandinavia. Really, I visited Oslo 3 times, and I love it. Really.
Yeah. It is special. I haven't been in Oslo for more than a year myself. I gotta admit, I miss it. It's it is a beautiful town. I lived the first 4 years of my life there, so it's special.
You're lucky.
Yeah. Well, you know, but it's in retrospect because, you know, when you actually experience it, you think, oh, that's the way it is. It's the same with all the countries that you really see it when you're away.
Yeah.
So
great.
For our next conference, we should have live translation so people could talk in their own language. That would be very good. We do have enough people language.
Why not? Yes.
Good idea, right? So we could have English as the working language, and then people could speak in Italian or Hindi or whatever. That's kind of what KOA is for me, is transcending barriers also of language.
Yes. Right.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I think that would be good. Turn off my mute. You're all muted. Welcome, everybody. Good to see you.
Hello, everyone.
You should
Welcome.
sing a song or something. Do you have any songs that are common? Oh, just kidding.
Evening.
Okay. Welcome, Noor, today's moderator.
Welcome, sir. Prime Minister, would you like to say a few words since we are streaming live?
Absolutely, yes. In case I think that, I said before, these days are really so important to us, and not only to us, because we are building something to great in terms of quality for this planet. As you know, we are actually in the epic times from many point of view, and we think that we have a right thing to do in front of us to fix and solve the most issue coming from the planet Earth in the near future. We are in the right time to generate something to good for this planet. And as you know, we are only in the first step of our path. And during my 3-4 minute speech, we kept something really interesting points. And one of them is the key. The key is human being. We're starting from human being. This is the really important key to underline and to keep in mind. We need to restart from the human being. I think that is a really important point to keep in mind. But during this today, I think many issue is covered and many interesting point is covered. And in any case, I think that the Kingdom of Atlantis is one of the best, honestly, not because we are here, but honestly, the concept is unique. The concept is unique. The project is unique and is huge. This is the reason why we are here. And I wish to underline once again, the key point is the human being. During my 3-4 minute speech, I wish to share with you some of these important points. One is human being. The other three during my speech. I don't want to compromise my speech. In any case, really, you are more than welcome here, please, freely. And if we're talking about the human being, I think that we are talking about the most important asset of the planet Earth. But we need to restart with a new concept of mindset, as you know.
Very, very, very true. And I think it's all about finding a vision. And I often been thinking about my own vision. Why do I do whatever I do?
Yeah.
And it's quite simple. I have 3 children. I want Mother Earth to be a better place for them and also for their children and so on. And to have, I think it's important to have something that you can look at and see this is, because that extends, and it also extends to all the children of Earth.
Yeah.
I want everybody to have a better life, to be able to grow up and to really to live life to the fullest. And that was probably why I became involved with KOA in the first place, because I saw that the SDGs are such a solid foundation for creating a better life for everybody.
Yes. Not
just pale people like me, or it's everybody as a human being. And as you say, we are the shepherds of the world, and we need to be the shepherds of other humans as well. That's important.
Exactly.
Okay, can we start?
Yes.
Okay. So, welcome everyone. This is the second day of International Conference on Innovation and Sustainable Development Goals, organized by Ministry of Sustainable Development, Kingdom of Atlantis. So on behalf of all our ministers and from Kingdom of Atlantis, I, Professor Dr. Pratik Mandekar, welcome you for the conference. And the conference is officially open. So now I would like to present my presentation about KOA.
My dearest friend, welcome to the Kingdom of Atlantis. The Kingdom of Atlantis is a decentralized sovereign state, and we are creating an advanced civilization here on planet Earth. Imagine an advanced civilization without insanity, without criminals and without war, where the able can prosper, and honest beings can have rights, and where man is free to rise to greater heights. Imagine an advanced civilization where each member is a sovereign individual, having self-ownership of property in one's own person, and expressed as the moral or natural right of a person to have bodily integrity and be the exclusive controller of one's own body and life. Imagine an advanced civilization without pollution, without climate change, and without sea rising, where planet Earth and all life forms are respected and maintained. Imagine an advanced civilization without corruption, without speculation, and without greed, where every single human being has enough money to live a decent life. Imagine an advanced civilization without fake news, without lies, and without control, where each human being is free to expand and create. These are the aims of the Kingdom of Atlantis. Non-political in nature, the Kingdom of Atlantis welcomes any individual of any age, creed, race, or nation. We seek no revolution. We seek only evolution to higher states of being for the individual and for the civilization. We will achieve our aims. After endless millennia of ignorance about himself, his mind, and the universe, a breakthrough has been made for man. The combined truths of 50,000 years of thinking men, distilled and amplified by new discoveries about man, are the basis of the Atlantean metaphysics. We will disclose to you the truth about who you really are. We will disclose to you the truth about your eternity and immortality. We will disclose to you the truth about your unconscious mind. We will disclose to you the truth about this universe and reality. We welcome you to the Kingdom of Atlantis, and we will help you. We only expect of you your help in achieving our aims and helping others to join the Kingdom of Atlantis, the most vital movement on planet Earth today. We are creating an advanced civilization here on planet Earth, based on proper education of each individual, one by one. Masses cannot be educated. The current education system will never teach you who you really are and the power you have as an individual. Each human being on planet Earth deserves to know the truth. Each human being on planet Earth deserves to know what is the source of all his problems. Each human being on planet Earth deserves to have enough money to live a decent life. Our goal is to stop the degradation of this civilization and build a new one based on understanding and love. We are not afraid of the task ahead. We believe that what we are doing is based on the greater good for the greater number of aspects of life. We are all responsible for giving to this generation and the next generations to come a better place to live, prosper, and flourish. The decentralized government of the Kingdom of Atlantis is composed of members that have successfully achieved the online Atlantean education program. We still have positions available in our decentralized government, such as ministers, secretaries, officers, and ambassadors worldwide. The only prerequisite is to complete the online Atlantean education program. As a member of the decentralized government of the Kingdom of Atlantis, you will help us in the creation of an advanced civilization here on planet Earth. As a member of the decentralized government of the Kingdom of Atlantis, you will get a monthly remuneration and yearly dividend. As a member of the decentralized government of the Kingdom of Atlantis, you will be part of the most important movement on planet Earth. As a member of the decentralized government of the Kingdom of Atlantis, you will be informed on our progress in the fields of life extension, production of free and clean energy, and advanced technologies and materials based on advanced Atlantean knowledge. We hope that you have enjoyed this video presentation of the Kingdom of Atlantis. We hope that you are aware that something must be done about it. And we really hope that you will become a member of the Kingdom of Atlantis and help us build an advanced civilization here on planet Earth. Please follow us by subscribing to our channel and by writing comments. We will answer all your questions and we will upload videos about the secrets of the Kingdom of Atlantis daily. Thank you for your understanding.
So that was about the Kingdom of Atlantis video presentation. So what is the Kingdom of Atlantis? The Kingdom of Atlantis is a decentralized sovereign kingdom composed of one planetary government, 7 continental governments, and 197 national governments. The main goal of the Kingdom of Atlantis is to create an advanced civilization here on planet Earth. An advanced civilization is composed of individuals who have reached higher levels of awareness and consciousness throughout the study and practice of the Atlantean education program. We strongly believe that proper education is the way to positively change this world. What is the Atlantean metaphysics? The Atlantean metaphysics is a new body of knowledge that precisely describes the physical reality, the mind, the spiritual being, and the supreme being, in order to help humanity reach higher levels of awareness and consciousness. These higher levels of awareness and consciousness are validated by attaining the state of conscious creator. What is the state of conscious creator? The state of conscious creator is composed of 8 levels of consciousness, which are attained by the daily study and practice of the Atlantean metaphysics. The student is asked to fully complete a level before he can start on the next one. The state of conscious creator level 8 is the highest level of consciousness available on planet Earth at this time, and it is defined as an individual who is fully aware about his immortality and eternity as a spiritual being, who is fully aware that he is creating his own reality by means of his thoughts, and who is fully aware that he is manifestation of the supreme being in human form. How can I become an Atlantean citizen? The Kingdom of Atlantis is now seeking Atlantean citizen nominees worldwide. To register, please contact us. So these are you can check our website. All the details are there on our website. So please do visit our website, and you all are welcome. So on the 1st of December 2021, the Kingdom of Atlantis has claimed its sovereign territory near the continent of Antarctica. So as you can see in the picture, the sovereign territory, this is our sovereign territory. So on the 1st of December 2021, the Kingdom of Atlantis has claimed its 78,193 square kilometer sovereign territory, including 2 submerged islands. The islands of Atlantis will accommodate city-state of Atlantis, and the islands of Atlas will accommodate the 7 kingdom of Atlantis. So we have sent a letter to the United Nations to confirm the claim of its sovereign territory and to request its affiliation as a member of the United Nations. So this is also the letter to the KOA Conference on Private International Law. So on the 1st December 2021, the Kingdom of Atlantis has sent a letter to the KOA Conference on Private International Law to confirm the claim of its sovereign territory and to request its affiliation as a member of the KOA Conference. So this is our island of Atlantis. On the 1st of December 2021, the Kingdom of Atlantis has claimed its sovereign territory, as I mentioned earlier also, and sent a letter to the United Nations and KOA Convention of Private International Law to confirm its claim. The Kingdom of Atlantis is now working on the concept master plan of the 15,000 hectare city-state of Atlantis to be developed on islands of Atlantis. So this is the city-state of Atlantis will implement the 17 Sustainable Development Goals as per the Constitution of the Kingdom of Atlantis. We have a constitution that 15,000 hectares city-state of Atlantis will be 100% powered with clean energy, solar, wind, hydrogen fuel, and electromagnetic power generator. So as you can see in the picture, this is the city-state of Atlantis. This city-state of Atlantis will be composed of 11 districts, each one with a specific function. An international airport and a seaport will complete the layout of 15,000 hectare city-state of Atlantis. So this is concept master planning, as you can see in the picture. Each district of the city-state of Atlantis will be composed of sustainable floating structures to prevent any sea rising due to global warming. Each district will have an area of 600 hectares. So as you can see here, these are 320 rooms luxury hotel complex. This is 150 multi-purpose buildings. This is 84 vertical farming facilities. We have 66 sustainable floating marinas. As you can see here, 720 sustainable floating habitats. So this is the district 600 hectare city of Atlantis. Then one more video I want to share with you. This is our Atlantean
Please mute if you're not speaking.
program.
Berubah lagi kan?
In silence, with blindness, through darkness, I'll walk with you. When time's up, when they find us, I promise I'll be with you. I signed up and I've made my mind up. I'll stick with you, won't slow down, make no doubt. I'll hold out right here with you for guiding. I'm calling in the garden. I wait for you on eggshells in bad health, gates of hell. I'll walk right through. Don't blame me, no babies, betray me. I'll.
So that was our upcoming project. Now, so next we have a planetary government. I would like to introduce our government with you all. This is our HRM, His Royal Majesty Chairman Michael Pazzilanto, the chairman of all boards of the Kingdom of Atlantis. Then this is our great His Royal Majesty Grand Duke Mauro Virginio Politicia. This is our planetary Prime Minister of Kingdom of Atlantis. Then we have Samuel Shah, His Royal Majesty Duke Samuel Shah, our State Minister of Economic Development. Then we have many ministers from all over the world, across the globe. We have HRS Duchess Maya Sirsi, State Minister of Public Relations. We have HRS Duchess Seema Singh, State Minister of Social Affairs and Sustainable Growth. Then Minister Winfred, State Minister of Smart City States. We have Minister Simon, State Minister of Labor and Employment. We have Minister Avich Harrison, State Minister of Finance. Then myself, Minister of Sustainable Development, HRH Duke Pratik Rajan Mungekar. Then we have our HRH Duke Hakon, Minister Hakon, State Minister of Arts and Culture. We have Minister Avdut Fadke, Deputy State Minister of Arts and Culture. We have Minister Dalian, State Minister of United Nations Relations. Then we have a great personality, His Royal Majesty, His Royal Highness, Duke Joseph Kang, State Minister of Interior. And we have many more. As you can see here, the list is never ending, going on. Then we have middle management, production management. There are so many ministers. We have ambassadors. So this is, as you can see here, this is the planetary government organizing structure. As you can see, we have three major ministries: administration, citizenship, and SDG. And each ministry, we have 12 departments. So total 36 departments are there in the planetary government. Then we have national governments also. So as you can see here, continent of Africa, we have 54 national governments. Continent of Asia, 47 national governments. Continent of Europe, 46 national governments. Continent of North America, 23 national governments. Continent of Oceania, 14 national governments. Continent of South America, 12 national governments. And continent of Antarctica, 1 national government. So total, we have 197 national governments, as you can see on our website also. So these are the ministers, officers. So now we are appointing many ministers. We are seeking good people, ministers, officials for our great Kingdom of Atlantis. So anyone wants to join Kingdom of Atlantis, they can contact me. I'll guide everything about the procedure. We have lots of facilities and packages. So we have committees also in the Kingdom of Atlantis. As you can see, strategic planning committee, then we have judicial committee, advisory committee, and these are the members of the, as you can see, strategic planning committee. We have Michael sir, then we have James Scott, HRH Grand Duke James Scott sir, then we have HRH Grand Duke Samuel sir. So these are our committees. Then we have a humanitarian foundation also, which is called UN ESC Kingdom of Atlantis. It's a global management and is a fundraising organization with the purpose of funding the smart city states of the Kingdom of Atlantis worldwide, hence creating a better world for the next generation to come by implementing the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Positions are available worldwide, benefits and incentives for all members. For more information, please, you all can contact us via the contact which are mentioned in the website also, and you can contact me directly also. You all have my number. So this is one form. You can fill this form and you can contact us. So this is our education program. We have lots of courses. And lastly, I'm going to share one video with all. So this is our gold investment packages and plan. The Kingdom of Atlantis owns 6,000 kilograms of gold. Each KOA gold is 100% backed by gold, and its international market value of this gold is US dollar. You can see the number. So, yes, so I would like to mention about the gold certificate and the packages. The Kingdom of Atlantis is issuing gold certificates 100% backed by gold and redeemable at 5% interest rate per year. Each gold certificate is linked to a piece of gold secure in our private vault, including proper serial number. The gold certificates are financial instruments exclusively received to the Atlantean citizens. Gold is internationally recognized, as you are aware, as you know, everyone, as the real money. So FIA8 currencies will disappear very soon as they are backed by debts. Invest in our gold certificates now and secure your future as an Atlantean. So these are our gold investment packages. It starts from $100. Invest now and receive your gold certificate with your name, CVN number. This gold certificate, I would like to mention, this gold certificate is redeemable, and you'll receive 5% interest rate per year. So this is $100, minimum $100 you need to invest if you want to join. If you want to invest in our gold packages, then we have 200 gold package $. Then we have 500, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, and so on. So as you can see in the picture, this is if you invest $1,000, suppose if you invest $1,000, so after 10 years, you will receive this much amount. So $629 you will get interest on your amount. So this is about our gold investment packages. So anyone wants to join Kingdom of Atlantis as a citizen, as a government officer, as a minister, they can contact me, they can contact us on website also, they can contact me on my number or email address also. So this is about the Kingdom of Atlantis. Now, I would like to share one more great news for the national government of India. So this is the national government of India recruitment of 1,000. We are seeking, or we are now in the process of recruiting or appointing 1,118 staff members. As you can see here, these are the permanent positions, and we have mentioned expected monthly income also. Okay, so we have the national governor. These are the positions: national governor, national deputy governor, national ambassador, commissioners, state commissioners, state consul secretaries, senior officers. Can see here. I request everyone to mute yourself. Then we have royal titles also as per the position. We have royal titles also.
Brother, I'm just sorry to interrupt. You can make me co-host, that I will taking care of all the disturbance over here.
Yes, yes. So we have as you can see here, gold investment mandatory to be appointed to government positions. So for national governor, you need to invest in our gold packages. So this is the package, $500. So if you invest $500, then we can appoint you as a national governor, and the expected monthly income for the national governor is approximately 70,000 rupees IST. Then these are the benefits. Free Atlantean, you'll receive free Atlantean citizenship, national passport, government ID card. Then we have education programs. So we have lots of education courses, starting from diploma till PhD. So that you'll receive, of course, free of cost. Then we have free Atlantean individual royal title. You'll receive royal title that will enhance your position or market value. All government members relocated the smart city state of India when ready. Then tax-free monthly income based on the Kingdom of Atlantis minimum wage is approximately $1,000. So this is the news for Indian citizens. They can join us. If you want any help, if you want any doubt, you can contact us. You can contact me also for this. And one more, the last presentation I would like to show. This is the Kingdom of Atlantis, the next generation of humanitarian kingdom. So this is one our project. So the Kingdom of Atlantis, a centralized sovereign kingdom, was officially launched on the 1st of January 2021 by His Royal Majesty Chairman Dr. Michael Pazzolanto, an Italian citizen who has spent 33 years of his life studying and practicing the subject of metaphysics, along with his professional career as a property developer, architect, designer, engineer, and management consultant. For several years, Her Royal Majesty Chairman Dr. Michael Pazzolanto has been searching for a solution to the rapid degradation of this society. His knowledge in metaphysics includes the subject of philosophy, human sciences, history, theology, and psychoanalysis has been of great help in his decision to establish the Kingdom of Atlantis for the purpose of stopping the fast degradation of the society and to create an advanced civilization here on planet Earth. The Kingdom of Atlantis follows a constitution which promotes the proper education of all human beings on planet Earth via the study and practice of Atlantean metaphysics and the sustainable development goals. The Atlantean education program that has been designed by Michael Sir for the purpose of increasing the level of awareness and consciousness of any human being. After 33 years of study and practice of metaphysics, HRM Chairman Dr. Michael Pazzolanto has acquired a certainty that lack of proper education is the sole cause of the degradation of this civilization. So the Constitution of the Kingdom of Atlantis is implemented by one, as I mentioned earlier also, one planetary government, 7 continental government, and 197 national governments. Each government is composed of a chair of the board of governors and several ministers, deputy ministers, secretaries, officers, all organized around a government organizational structure. The sole purpose of the government of the Kingdom of Atlantis is to establish smart city-states worldwide that will accommodate Atlantean citizens in a stress-free and peaceful environment where they will be able to prosper and flourish and reach higher levels of awareness and consciousness with the study and practice of the Atlantean education program. So the Kingdom of Atlantis is following the Montevideo Convention on the rights and duties of states. So as you can see here in the PPT. So this is the Constitution of the Kingdom of Atlantis. The Constitution of the Kingdom of Atlantis integrates by design the Atlantean metaphysics created by Michael Sir and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals issued by the United Nations in 2015. A constitutional monarchy model that has never existed before on planet Earth. The Kingdom of Atlantis is the first sovereign kingdom on planet Earth that will implement the 17 Sustainable Development Goals in an all-inclusive manner in all its smart city states. The purpose of the Atlantean metaphysics is to increase the consciousness and awareness level of each Atlantean citizen so that they fully understand the importance of implementing the 17 Sustainable Development Goals in their daily life. In order to achieve this goal, each Atlantean citizen will go through the Atlantean education program, which is composed of a bachelor, master, and doctorate in Atlantean metaphysics and sustainable development. So as you can see here, as I already showed this diagrammatic representation of the Kingdom of Atlantis. So it's a new sovereign kingdom located in Southern Ocean. It is composed of 2 submerged islands with a total area of 72,000 hectares on which will be anchored seafaring structures which will form the iconic smart city states of Atlantis. We claim as our sovereign territory the 78,193 square kilometer area of the Southern Ocean bound by the following coordinates. So these are the island details. So our sovereign territory is not within 320 kilometers of any other nation's boundaries, and it is not located in any exclusive economic zone. So, HRM Chairman Dr. Michael Pozzolanto has studied the Convention of Montevideo, the Convention of the Law of the Sea, the United Nations Charter, the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and the Agenda 2030, all of which are in keeping with the philosophy and constitution of the Kingdom of Atlantis. So this is our planetary organization structure. The Kingdom of Atlantis, decentralized sovereign kingdom, is composed of 1 planetary government, 7 continental government, and 197 national governments. Then we have a governmental this is the government organizational structure of the Kingdom of Atlantis. It shows what functions are done in organization, the order they are in, the order they are done in, and who is responsible for getting them done. The government organizational structure shows the pattern of organizing to obtain the sustainable final product of the Kingdom of Atlantis, which is an Atlantean citizen who has reached higher levels of awareness and consciousness in order to apply these 17 sustainable development goals in his life and in the society at large. After successfully completing the Atlantean education program, the Atlantean citizen will be allowed to incorporate a company, acquire a license to operate, or lease lands for development in the smart city states of the Kingdom of Atlantis. The Kingdom of Atlantis shall be 100%. The Kingdom of Atlantis shall be 100% tax exempt in order to attract a multitude of states worldwide. Therefore, the income of the Kingdom of Atlantis will be generated by the insurance of citizenships, delivery of Atlantean education program, the incorporation of businesses, the acquisition of licenses to operate, and leasing of lands. The government organizational structure of the Kingdom of Atlantis is composed of the chairman of board of governor, prime minister, a deputy prime minister, state minister, ministers, ambassadors, secretaries, and officers. So all of them are involved in producing the sustainable final product of the Kingdom of Atlantis. So we have individual royal titles of the royal as per the position. So as you can see, as you can read also. So these are the planetary government positions, continental government position, national governments, and their titles. So this is about, next is Atlantean metaphysics. The Atlantean metaphysics is composed of 8 levels, and each level is meant to progressively increase the awareness and consciousness level of an individual. The state of conscious creator is the end result of the study and practice of the Atlantean metaphysics. An individual who has reached the state of conscious creator is defined as an individual who is fully aware about the immortality and eternity as a spiritual being, who is fully aware that he is creating his own reality by means of his thoughts, and who is fully aware that he is manifestation of the Supreme Being in human form. HRM Chairman Dr. Michael Pozzolanto is convinced that higher level of awareness and consciousness can be reached with advanced metaphysics. The main purpose of the advanced metaphysics is to deprogram the human mind and reprogram it with its true data. The result of this deprogramming and reprogramming is a human being who is now conscious and aware of the reality he is creating with his mind and thoughts. He would naturally reinforce positive thoughts and reject negative ones. This new mental attitude would drastically change the life of the individual for better. Therefore, a multitude of individuals only thinking positive thoughts would inevitably create an advanced civilization composed to the actual one who is based on negative thinking, fear, and destruction. So this is, as you all aware of the 17 sustainable goals, and this is the Kingdom of Atlantis digital gold currency. So the Kingdom of Atlantis digital gold currency is a redeemable 100% gold backed digital currency. The KOA gold is the official currency of the Kingdom of Atlantis and is exclusively reserved to the Atlantean citizens living in the smart city states of the Kingdom of Atlantis. So HRM Chairman Dr. Michael Pozzolanto believes that at FIAT currencies will eventually collapse as there are backed by thin air and thus have absolutely zero economic value. Gold and silver are the real thing. They have been used on planet Earth for the past 5,000 years as mean of exchange. In 1971, the FIAT currencies were introduced as a solution to the lack of gold and silver to properly back the money in circulation. Today, we can see the disastrous results of this decision, and we are at the age of the total economic collapse. The Central Bank of the Kingdom of Atlantis, which is private entity separate from the Kingdom of Atlantis, will store gold and silver in large quantities to back up the KOA gold, which will be managed by a quantum computing system. The Kingdom of Atlantis Bank will have offices in each smart city states in order for the Atlantean citizens to benefit from the types of banking services. So this is a smart city state case study. As you can see here, so this is the case study. We have all the data in paper format, all the calculations is in written format. You can see here, the smart city state case study, the smart city state of Shebaru. This will be composed of the following facilities in order to progressively accommodate so many Atlantean citizens and tourists per year. As you can see here, this is the government district. This is planning of smart city state. I'm just showing the pictures now. So as you can see here, this is financial district, business district, education district. Then you can see the pictures. So we have financial, business, healthcare, education districts also, KOA Airlines. This is, you can see here, tourism district. We are introducing stem cell technology, also very important nowadays. This is residential district. You can see here, this is manufacturing district.
Hello.
This is industrial district.
Yes, we can see your screen, but you have the registration form.
Please, I actually have a technical problem. I'm just trying. I don't know.
You're not the active speaker, please mute.
Or as we go ahead with the presentation.
So,
all right.
So this is about I would like to request everyone, please mute yourself.
You better send the slide and we're gonna do the screen sharing.
I don't know who's. I would like to request Rudy Salam Sinilinga, please mute yourself.
Mr. Ebenezer, the ambassador for Ghana.
You are the host, Dr. Pratik, so you can mute everybody.
Okay.
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 I have to leave now, so if Onkar comes back, please give him time to introduce himself and say hi.
Okay.
Okay. I
Now,
wish you a beautiful conference. I'm going to watch the replay. So, namaste, assalamu alaikum, shalom, God bless.
okay. So we'll proceed for the next. Now, I would like to call upon our dear Prime Minister of Kingdom of Atlantis, Professor Moro Politicia, Planetary Prime Minister of Kingdom of Atlantis. The stage is yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaskar. Okay, good day and happy Sunday once again. It's really a pleasure to be here as a guest of honor of the second day of our first SDG conference. First of all, I would like to thank you, all of you, and maximum respect of all of you. You are here because you know the value of that. Okay, we can start with my 3 minutes overview. The topic of these 2 days is central for everyone. It has always been, but in this historical period for the near future is more important than ever. We are in a peak time from economic point of view, from financial point of view, from health point of view, from social point of view, from civic point of view, from education point of view, and from spiritual point of view. Don't underestimate what has happened in the last 2 years at the global level. This time will be recognized as the most important phase of the recent human history. And if we change our perspective, we can consider ourselves really lucky. Why? Follow me, please. The sustainability of the planet Earth does not come from today, as you know, and it's not only a matter related to the climate, or and if when the climate is changing. Do you know this? There are a lot of evidence that in history, this kind of issue has been cyclical, is a cycle. But today we have in front of us, for the first time in the recent history, the keys to rebalance the link between Mother Earth and human being. This is the point. This is the key. We have in front of us yes. There are a lot of evidence that in history that this kind of issue is really cyclical, as I told before, because I lost connection, sorry. But today we have in front of us for the first time in the recent history, the key to rebalance, as said before, the link between Mother Earth and the human being. And this is the key, this is the key, this is the point. We have a huge opportunity in front of us. Everything is connected and nothing happens by chance. As above, so below. As Kingdom of Atlantis, we consider the human being as the most important asset for the planet Earth. Think about it. Human beings are the solution. A proper education is the solution. So the consequence is to absorb the real knowledge. Current education system, you know, touches only the tip of the iceberg. Atlantis is thought to be the most advanced civilization that has ever existed in the planet Earth, between 50,000 BC and 10,000 BC. Think about it, it's not a joke. It's not a legend. There are a lot of ancient evidence about it. Atlanteans were expert in the use of their mind power and belief in the law of one. This belief resulted in the creation of advanced technology never seen before on the planet Earth. They had an advanced education and a deep and crystal knowledge. I want to underline this: deep and crystal knowledge. The Kingdom of Atlantis integrates the ancient Atlantean metaphysics knowledge and the sustainable development in order to solve the economic, social, civic, environment, and education issue we are facing as humanity. Think about it. So, my final message today is there are 4 pillars that sustain our plan, and they are: first, human being; second one, education; third one, knowledge; for good technology, advanced technology. And here I want to repeat once again, good technology. Keep in mind, good technology. You can imagine this like a part of pyramid where the base is the human being and the next levels are education, then knowledge, and at the top of the good technology means advanced technology. The key, from my point of view, is always the same: right move in right times. We are in the right move, and the time is now. Thank you to all of you, and believe me, the best is yet to come. Thank you once again. Namaskar.
Big round of applause for our today's conference chief guest, Prime Minister of Kingdom of Atlantis, Moro.
Namaskar.
It was an insightful thoughts. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to call upon our dear Minister Simon.
Yes, I'm here.
Presentation. Thank you. So, welcome, Minister Simon. The stage is yours now.
Okay, sir. Namaste, and good afternoon here to each and every one of us. Hope we can hear me clearly. Hello. Hope we can all hear me clearly, please.
Yes, you are audible and visible. You can proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
Okay. I would like you to make me a co-host so that I share my screen. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. So, to every one of us from here, this is Minister Simeon Peter Olushola from the Ministry of Labor and Employment, Kingdom of Atlantis, and from Nigeria. Today, I would like to speak on the smart city state. I mean to explain on the smart city state which Kingdom of Atlantis is trying to develop across the world. Specifically, I will be speaking on the smart state of Nigeria, which is the project to my own country here. So I would like to share my screen for some document presentation as I'm speaking. So I will share my screen for document presentation as I'm speaking from here. So firstly, as we have been listening from my other speakers, we are all been hearing from other speakers since yesterday about the Kingdom of Atlantis and about what the Kingdom of Atlantis is actually all about. I am here to speak to that the Kingdom of Atlantis is the best to happen to mankind, is the best to happen to mankind. And apart from that, one of our plans and one of our missions is what I'm about to share with us, and that is the smart city state. Trying to open my document from here. Then I will proceed with the presentation on the smart city state of Nigeria. Actually, Kingdom of Atlantis plan to exist in 197 countries in the world. As we all know that it is a decentralized kingdom, and the plan, and that is the first of its kind. That is the first of its kind across the world. So I would like us to pay attention to the presentation on the smart city state of Nigeria. So sorry, I'm trying to get across to my document, but I'm still speaking. Firstly, Nigeria is one of the big countries in Africa, which is the country where I came from. And how will Kingdom of Atlantis successfully be hosted or permitted to develop smart city states in a country like Nigeria or in other countries in the world? What strategy do we put in place? Why are we accepted? Why are we accommodated? Why should they accept us? Why should they listen to us? Why are they giving us attention? People are actually doing all this. I mean, the government of the countries of the world, they are giving us attention, full attention, like we had yesterday, from the good news shared by our HRM, Dr. Maya Puslante, that we have been given a location for sovereign territory to develop our smart city state in Dubai as well. Why are they falling in love with Kingdom of Atlantis? Everything is not far-fetched. It is all because we have a very wonderful program to offer. We have solutions to the problems of the world. So, and the reason why I'm sharing my screen with you. Firstly, here, I have the LOI, letter of intent, that was sent to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which is my own country, and which is my own country. Can we hear me? Hello?
Yes, you're audible. We can hear you.
Okay, you are with me. Okay. Yeah, I just want to be sure you are with me. Okay, so now we have a letter of intent that we sent to develop the smart city state of Nigeria, and that is the state of Bayelsa, Federal Republic of Nigeria. How do we proceed with this presentation? What we do is that we send letter of intent to the government of each country, and all our letter of intent are all accepted by all countries. Firstly, in Nigeria, it has been accepted, and they have even given us the grace to make use of a particular land, territory in the state of Bayelsa in Nigeria. So look at our letter of intent. As you can see it here, it is written and addressed to the presidential aspirant.
Hello,
and we have the one
Hello, we cannot see your presentation.
You cannot see my presentation.
Yes,
but I'm sharing the screen.
It's not.
Can you see it? Can you see it now?
No, we can't see your presentation.
Oh. Okay, I'm calling, please.
Please click on the share screen, and then you
That's what I actually did. I'm coming, please. That's what I actually did. Let me repeat that again. So I will do that. I will repeat that now, please. Yes, can you see it now?
Yes, please open it.
Oh, you can see my presentation now.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, now it's visible. Now it's visible.
You can see it now.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So sorry for the error. So I was saying we sent a letter of intent to the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria. And in the letter of intent, I would like to show you some content, and so that in other countries you can understand what we are to present from the Kingdom of Atlantis. And we have a very good smart city state plan, and we have a very good mission, which will favor the country of Nigeria and every other country in the world. Now, look at our letter of intent that I'm sharing on the screen here. You can see that it is written from the Chairman Board of the Governors to the Kingdom of Atlantis and the division of SFI Universal PTA Limited, and we wrote it to we wrote officially to the federal government of Nigeria. And then what we actually do is we are planning to develop smart city states in Nigeria. So, and the smart city state in Nigeria is by design to implement the 17 Sustainable Development Goals issued by the United Nations in September 2015, ratified by the 197 sovereign nations in an inclusive manner, which has never been done before on planet Earth. So the Kingdom of Atlantis is proposing to develop the Smart City State of Nigeria project, and which shall be located in the state of Bayelsa, a state that will benefit the federal government and the people of Nigeria, and show the world how to efficiently resolve the social, economic, and environmental issues we are all facing as human beings. So let me stop from here. We shall be facing the issue that is facing the difficulties that is facing a lot of human beings in Nigeria. We have environmental issue, socio-economic issue, and we have other issues that are facing human beings. And the essence of our smart city state development in each country is to resolve all these issues. Now, our proposal is this: the Kingdom of Atlantis, KOA, is planning to develop the smart city state of Nigeria, which will implement the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by design. It will do that by design. And then in addition to that, as a result, we will create 5 million permanent jobs for the people of Nigeria. So if we are doing that in Nigeria, we are doing that in all other 197 countries in the world. So all sections of the industry, as well as development of diplomatic relations between the federal government of Nigeria and the Kingdom of Atlantis. So let me read as follow our proposal. The first proposal is that the federal government to officially invite the official representative of KOA to present projects in detail, and KOA to answer any question from the federal government of Nigeria, any question they may have about the project. So now we are open to questions. We present our LOI, and they can tell us whatever question they have, and we are ready to answer them. Then the federal government to authorize KOA to establish a diplomatic representative office in Nigeria in order for KOA to start this development of the diplomatic and trade relations with the federal government of Nigeria. Then also KOA to establish the government of the smart city state of Nigeria in the diplomatic representation office in order to coordinate diplomatic and trade relationship with federal government of Nigeria, as well as providing assistance to the 5 million Atlantean citizens nominee from Nigeria that will become the permanent citizen of the smart city state of Nigeria in a progressive manner. So the federal government of Nigeria is to officially recognize KOA as a sovereign kingdom and to sign a treaty of cession with KOA, negotiating the acquisition of the future sovereign territory of the smart city state of Nigeria located in the state of Bayelsa. Then federal government and KOA to negotiate the acquisition price of the sovereign territory of the smart city state of Nigeria with after final agreement, and KOA proceed with the payment. Now, one of the reasons why the federal government of each country, they must accept and accommodate us is because we are the one paying for this service. We are the one paying. We are the one paying for the service. We are not we are not getting a sovereign territory from the federal government of any country for free. We have to pay for it. We are the one bearing the cost. And then apart from that, federal government and KOA to negotiate the acquisition price of the sovereign territory of the smart city state of Nigeria, a final agreement, then KOA to proceed with the payment. Then to save much of our time, another aspect that I would like us to look at is on my screen is this, that we are going to ensure KOA is to establish embassies and education services for the citizens and international visitors of the smart city state of Nigeria and of each country as well. So we have to have education programs that will involve bachelor, master's, and doctorate degrees, and professional internships in all sections of the industry. And as per SDG 4, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunity to all. So when you look at our proposal here, we are implementing all the SDG goals. The first one is to end poverty in all its forms. And how do we do that? We are going to establish several staffing agencies, so thereby providing permanent job to every citizen of every smart city state. Then secondly, we are ending hunger. We are ending hunger. We are achieving food security, and we are improving the nutrition and promoting sustainable agriculture through the second smart SDG goal. Then, and how do we achieve that? We are achieving that through our vertical agriculture program, sustainable agriculture program that we are going to implement in each smart city state. Then not only that, we are going to also establish education, and we are going to ensure access to education and employment to all women citizens of the smart city state of Nigeria or any country. And that is the SDG goal 5. We achieve gender equality, we empower women, and we also do what? And we empower girls. Then on the smart SDG goal 6, we are going to ensure availability and sustainability / management of water and sanitation for all. And how do we do that? Because we are going to ensure production of clean and drinkable water and the management of that waste water, including reverse osmosis recycling system. All these things are part of our plan to integrate the 17 Sustainable Development Goals in the smart city state of each country. Then, and the Sustainable Goal 7, we are going to ensure access to affordable and reliable, sustainable and modern energy to all and for all. Anyone that will be living in our smart city state, they are all going to enjoy affordable and clean energy, because that is part of our plan. Then in addition to that, we are going to implement Sustainable Development Goal 8 by promoting sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and production employment, and decent work for all. That is it. We are going to provide employment and decent work for all. How do we do that? We do that through the production of our valuable goods and services that are in high demand, such as electric and hydrogen-powered vehicles. That is one of our products. Electronic devices, quantum computing, medical tourism, business tourism, leisure tourism, and so on and so forth. With that, we are providing very good and productive employment to every citizen of our smart city states. Then apart from that, we are going to implement SDG Goal 9 by building resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. So how do we implement that? We are going to develop industrial parks in the sovereign territory of all smart city states, especially the one of Nigeria that I'm presenting. Design, engineering, and manufacturing facilities. So also, we are going to implement SDG Goal 10 by reducing inequality within and among countries. How do we do that? We are going to ensure progressive and sustainable personal income growth for all Atlantean citizens at a rate higher than any other foreign country by widely marketing and promoting the smart city state of Nigeria or any other countries and its goods and services worldwide. And how do we do that again? We are going to exist in all 197 countries in the world, and as a result, our own passports can grant access to all citizens in all 197 countries where we exist, where we have our smart city states. So meaning that no more inequality within and among countries. Then how are we going to implement Sustainable Goal 10? We are going to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. How do we implement that? We shall market and promote positive results of our implementation worldwide. And we move to implementation of Sustainable Development Goal 12. We are going to ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. How do we do that? How do we achieve that? What we want to do is that we are going to collect all the municipal solid waste generated by the citizens and foreign visitors of our smart city states. And we are going to use it as a combustible for the waste to energy power plants that will produce affordable and clean electricity, hydrogen fuel for the entire smart city state. So that is part of our implementation in our smart city state. Then how do we implement Goal 13? We take urgent action to combat the climate change and its impacts. How do we do that? We are going to implement all clean and affordable energy policy in the entire smart city state of Nigeria, including all over the world, including the exclusive use of waste to energy power plants. We are going to produce clean electricity and hydrogen fuel, and the exclusive use of electric and hydrogen fuel powered vehicles. You know, and as we are doing that, there is going to be a carbon emission. So as a result, we are combating the problem that is the challenging that is facing our climate. So how do we implement Sustainable Goal 14? We are going to conserve and sustainably use the oceans, the seas, and the marine resources for sustainable development. How do we do that? We are going to have and develop sustainable aquaculture. We are going to have sustainable aquaculture, including the production of seafood and fishery to be sold in all our supermarkets that we will be having in all our smart city states. So, and this is going to happen in all smart city states of the world. Then how do we implement our Sustainable Goal 15? We are going to protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystem, sustainably manage forests, combat desertification, and halt reverse land degradation and halt biodiversity loss. How do we implement that? We are going to have several green parks in our smart city states, including the plantation and maintenance of trees and plants and flowers. So then the sustainable goal 16, our smart city state is going to promote peacefully and inclusive society for sustainable development. We are going to provide access to justice to all and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. So meaning, how are we going to implement this? We are going to establish the government organization structure of our smart city state as per the constitution of KOA. And we are going to appoint a governor in each smart city state, ministers, secretaries, and officers. And what is their duties? Their duties is to make sure that the constitution and the 17 sustainable development goals are correctly implemented. As we are presently recruiting into the government organization structure of Nigeria and India, and also any other country. Firstly, we need to recruit and appoint a governor that will be in charge of each smart city state. Then we are going to have the commissioners that will take care of every ministry, and we are going to have the secretaries that will head each department, and we are going to have senior officers as well. So with this, their own duty is to ensure that our constitution is completely followed, and in addition, they are going to ensure that our 17 sustainable development goals are correctly implemented. Then finally, how are we going to implement our sustainable development goal? We are going to establish a 17. Now we are going to strengthen the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. How? We are going to establish a University of Sustainable Development in all smart city states, SDG University, that will deliver bachelor, master, and doctorate degree and professional internship to national and foreign students. So once we do that, we are having a sustainable partnership. We are developing global partnership for sustainable development. So all these things are things that we are going to do. Secondly, we are going to establish a University of Atlanta metaphysics in all sustainable development goals. Also, we are going to establish sustainable development in our smart city state, the government organization structure, as I've mentioned, the continental government of Africa as per the constitution, and we are going to appoint a prime governor, minister, secretaries, and officers that will also make sure that the constitution and the 17 sustainable development are correctly implemented in all the smart city states to be developed on the continent of Africa. Then, how do we present this? We are going. Our chairman is ready to come once the excellency, the president of every country like Nigeria, once they send invitation, then our chairman, Chairman Dr. Michael Puslanti, is going to come and meet with the government. We present the project, we do the presentation, and after we do the presentation, then we are going to commence the development upon the approval of the government. And I think in Nigeria, we have moved beyond this level. We have done our presentation, and we have even gotten approval. They only told us that we should do a kind of assignment, and which we are working on. Then we have our executive summary. Look at how the Kingdom of Atlantis Smart City State is going to look like. Like here now, I think my colleague, Professor Dr. Patrick, has even told us some, but this one is the one for Nigeria. We shall be having our manufacturing district, industrial district, government district, agricultural district, financial district, clean utilities district, education district, residential district, business district, aquaculture district, tourism district, underwater park district, sea feeding district, and at the end of the day, we have private island district. So, and the sovereign territory we are acquiring in Nigeria is 80,000 hectares. You can see the estimate here. All the funds shall be funded by the Kingdom of Atlantis. So it is not the government of Nigeria or government of any country that is funding it. We are the one raising the fund through our partners with our investors. So we shall raise the fund and we shall succeed. And the project budget is $20 billion US. Now I will be sharing how our district is going to look like. The first one is the government district. You can see, look at the government district, the palace interior design, exterior design, interior design. Then we can also see the government palace garden design. Then we can also
Hello?
see the government.
Hello?
Hello,
Minister Simon.
can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Sorry to
Yes,
interrupt
sir.
you. This we have already shown to the audience. So please come to the conclusion now. Thank you.
What do you say?
This we have
Come again,
already
please.
shown. These pictures we have already shown. So please come to the conclusion.
Okay. Yes, I'm concluding already. I'm concluding already.
Our
these are
keynote
the-
speakers are waiting. Yes, thank you.
I'm concluding already. So these are the districts that we have. See, can you see the interior and everything? So in conclusion, we can all see that we have a very exclusive plan in the Kingdom of Atlantis, and this massive plan is 197 countries in the world. The plan is to have it in 197 countries in the world. So your country inclusive, if you are listening to me. So if you can look at it, you can see that we have a very good plan. We have a very good plan that implements all the 17 sustainable development goals. And I would like us to embrace our plan. So it's everything I have for now, because I still have another presentation in the afternoon where I'll be telling us the employment structure that we have and the opportunity that we have from the Kingdom of Atlantis. So thank you very much for listening, and thank you for the opportunity given me, Dr. Asi.
Thank you so much.
I really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay. So now I would like to introduce our today's moderator, a well-known personality, Ambassador Noor Ahmed from Bangladesh. So I would like to hand over to my dear brother Noor Ahmed.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible.
Well, that's great.
Okay,
thank you so much. Yeah, it's really an honor to me to be here. Hi everyone, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ambassador Noor Ahmed, all the way from Bangladesh. And yes, we are really have a great gather today, because as you know, the 2 days as Kingdom of Atlantic, the Ministry of Sustainable Development present the first international conference of innovation and sustainable development, where topic is the interaction to sustainable development job opportunities at the Kingdom of Atlantis. And yes, the Kingdom of Atlantis strongly believe that proper education is the way to positively change the world. Already we have known the number of information and so much information regarding the Kingdom of Atlantis, and I'm very much eager to be a part of that. Even I want to go there, sir. Anyway, it's really, I'm going to start my moderating with our first keynote speaker of today. And the keynote speaker of today, she is none other than our inspirational sister, educator, international speaker. How can I introduce you, sister? It's a powerhouse of moderating, powerhouse of every single activity. So without further ado, I would like to call Dr. Shelley Bist from India. Sister, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Noor Ahmed, for such a beautiful introduction of mine. I'm glad. And Nada, you might be observing me today. I am in my traditional attire in a sari and a bindi. And that's great. You're clapping.
And you look so beautiful, beautiful.
It's a special day for me
Sally.
because, yeah, thank you so much. Because I just returned from one of my offline event. I was master of ceremony over there. It's a good news which I want to share. And this is something I want to share to all. This is the award which I received today. And this is the bouquet for all my fellow educators, and a token of, a shawl also, which I want to, tribute. I mean, it just symbol, which I want to give to all, and a small gift also.
Congratulations.
So I requested Dr. Pratik that I might get late because I was traveling I was not in my city. I was traveling and I managed to reach on time since I will be representing Goal 1. So thank you so much, Dr. Pratik Rajan, for considering my request. And I was bang on time. So, so here I am representing Goal 1. But before I represent Goal 1, this is something very important, you know. You might be knowing that Russia has attacked Ukraine, and we have seen so many posts coming from our fellow friends, you know. Our prayers are there for them, you know, that's there. So as the Goal 1 states, you know, before I proceed, just a little thing which I want to recite in front of you all, and here it is. Is this a holy thing to see? In a rich and fruitful land, babies reduced to misery, fed with cold and a serious hand. Is that trembling cry a song? Can it be a song of joy? And so many children poor, it's a land of poverty. With fingers weary and worn, with eyelids heavy in red, a woman sat in unwomanly rags, plying her needle and thread. Stitch, 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 in poverty, hunger, and dirt, and still, with a voice of dolorous pitch, she sang the song of the shirt. Now, this is a poem which I have, you know, actually dedicated to SDG Goal 1. So good evening, all dignitaries, speakers, lovely moderator, and all participants across the globe. It's an honor for me, Dr. Shelley Bish, to address at the second international day of the conference after the super hit day 1. So Sustainable Development Goal 1, one of the 17 SDGs established by the United Nations in 2015, calls for no poverty. The official wording is to end poverty in all its forms everywhere. Member countries have pledged to leave no one behind. Underlying the goal is a powerful commitment to leave no one behind and to reach those farthest behind first. So SDG 1, it aims to eradicate poverty. But do you think we all are in this mission? And actually, are we able to remove this poverty? Now, it includes the lack of food, clean drinking water, and sanitation. Achieving the goal includes finding solutions to new threats caused by climate change and conflict. So SDG 1 focuses not just on people living in poverty, but also on the services people rely on and social policy that either promotes or prevents poverty. The goal has 7 targets and 13 indicators to measure progress. Now, despite the ongoing progress, 10% of the world's population live in poverty, and ongoing progress, if I talk about 10% of the world's population live in poverty and struggle to meet basic needs such as health, education, and access to water and sanitation. So extreme poverty remains prevalent in low-income countries, particularly those affected by conflict and political upheaval. In 2015, more than, half of the world's 736 million people living in extreme poverty lived in sub-Sahara Africa. Now, without a significant shift in social policy, extreme poverty will dramatically increase by 2030. The rural poverty rate stands at 17.2% and 5.3% in urban areas, that is in 2016, nearly half are children. So one of the key indicators that measure poverty is the proportion of population living below the international and national poverty line. Measuring the proportion of the population covered by social protection systems and living in households with access to basic services is also an indication of the level of poverty. So eradicating poverty, it is something which we need to work upon. And seriously, we have to work on this because it is something very, very important. Now, let me discuss the UN defined 7 targets and 14 indicators for SDG 1. Target 1.1, which says eradicate extreme poverty Now, it includes one indicator. 1.1 is the proportion of population living below the international poverty line, aggregated by sex, age, employment status, and geographical location, both urban and rural. Target 1.2, reduce poverty by at least 50%. Now, indicator 1.21, it says proportion of population living below the national poverty line. Indicator 1.2.2, it says proportion of men, women, children of all ages living in poverty in all its dimensions according to national definitions. Target 1.3, it implements nationally appropriate social protection systems. Now, indicator 1.31 is the proportion of population covered by social protection system, which we need to think upon. Now, here it says, proportion of population covered by social protection system by say sex, distinguished children, unemployed persons, older persons, persons with disabilities, pregnant women, newborns, work injury victims, and the poor and the vulnerable. So about 4 billion people did not benefit from any form of social protection, which is critical to help the poorest and the most vulnerable according to 2016 data. Now, half of the world's population still lacks full coverage of essential health services, and only 22% of unemployed workers were covered by unemployment benefits. Now, target 1.4, equal rights to ownership, basic services, technology, and economic resources. Now, indicator 1.41, it says proportion of population living in household with access to basic services. Indicator 1.4.2 says proportion of total adult population with secure tenure rights to land, with legally recognized documentation, who perceive their rights to land as secure by sex and type of tenure. Target 1.5, build resilience to environmental, economic, and social disasters. It has 4 indicators. Now, indicator 1.51 says number of deaths, missing persons, and directly affected persons attributed to disasters. Indicator 1.2. 1.5.2 says direct economic loss attributed to disasters in relation to global gross domestic product. Indicator 1.53 says number of countries that adopt and implement national disaster risk reduction strategies in line with the Central Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. Indicator 1.54 says proportion of local governments that adopt and implement local disaster risk reduction strategies in line with national disaster risk reduction strategies. Now, target 1.8 says mobilization of resources to end poverty. Now, one very important thing, what is the impact of COVID-19 pandemic? COVID-19 has got the first increase in global poverty, up by 7% in just a few months, ending a 20-year streak of progress. Almost 37 million more people have fallen into extreme poverty in 2020. And because of COVID-19, they now live under US dollar 1.90 a day extreme poverty line. The lockdown has led to a collapse in economic activities, hence causing reduced income, leading to accelerated poverty. And it is reported that young workers are 2 times more seemingly to be suffering from unemployment than their elders. So this is something very important which we have to actually see. Now, do not look the other way. Do not hesitate. Recognize that the world is hungry for action, not words. Act with courage and vision. Massive poverty and obscene inequality are just terrible scourges of our times in which the world boasts breathtaking advances in science, technology, industry, and wealth accumulation, that they have to rank alongside slavery and apartheid as social evil. But next thing which worries us is that in this new century, we need to work on this important thing. It is time to set them free. Like slavery and apartheid, poverty is not natural. It is man-made, and it can be overcome by eradicating the action of human beings. Overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity. It is the protection of a fundamental human right, the right to dignity and a decent life. While poverty persists, there is no freedom. Sometimes it falls upon a generation to speak about it. But if I talk about today, do we actually give it a second thought? Now, While poverty persists, there is no true freedom. Sometimes it falls upon a generation to be great. You can be that great generation if we talk about. So poverty, it is a curse for human society. Poverty prevails there where the injustice is. Poverty exclaims where there is illiteracy. Poverty is purely man-made, so it has to be eradicated from its root. And at the last, when I want to talk about the solution which I want to give is, yes, in the last 2 years, I think everybody might have observed and seen all this, poverty all around. But what is the solution we educators had given? Now, suppose, for an instance, if I talk about my school, the example which I want to quote is during these 2 years, there were many parents who lost their jobs. There was a drastic economic decline, and there were pink slips. Many lost the jobs, no salaries, nothing. How to pay the fees of the children, how to feed the children, from where to bring the money. Here we all educators came in the forefront, wherein we pulled in, we funded, and yes, those children who could not pay the school fees, we waived off their fees. We gave them the free education because it was not something, but that was crucial and it was a reality. So that was one thing which we did. And second thing which we provided was the free gadgets to the children who could not offer, who could not have those gadgets with them. I don't say that we have provided them the new laptops or whatever we could arrange. Maybe it was a second hand, maybe it was a mobile phone or an old laptop, something or other, so that the education of that person, of that child, does not suffer. So this is how, when we discuss SDG 1, so when the problems are discussed, I want to discuss the solutions also. Can we do something to eradicate the poverty? So this is how, we reach to 2-3 things, like I am a social activist. I'm involved with certain NGOs also. So what we social workers have done, that the free distribution of the food packets, mask, sanitizer, and the needy things which we had given to the needy ones. So these are few things, when you talk about the distribution of all these things, when you talk about the free education, when you talk about the distribution even of the free books and stationery. So this is what I want to sum up with the solutions of this goal. So keeping the time constraints in mind, I will not go ahead with this. So this is what I want to summarize by giving even the solutions to SDG 1. So thank you for the patient hearing. Over to Ambassador Noor Mahim. Thank you. Namaste from India.
Wow. Such a powerful start, I would say, definitely, because in spite of having a grand event, rushing travel, you are sharing such a productive words. Oh my God. Please give electronic claps, love, heart shape, and some of your words towards my beloved sister, Dr. Shelly, because she shared the reality, the COVID-19 impact, and some other things. She also shared the ultimate solution. If we can implement this, we can implement the SDG goal as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being with us. So, my dear honorable, all the speaker, I would like to say some of the words. Please do respect on the time constraint. As we know, every speaker will get 10 minutes of each, as well as please share your words, your appreciation words towards the speaker, that speaker will feel delighted, feel appreciated. And yes, be active whatever you can. And we would love to go ahead. So move on to the next speaker. And before I'm going to share her name, I would like to share that she is the board member of IIU, that is International Internship University. She is the global educator. She is the international speaker. Whenever you have a chance to see the educative programs, she is always there. So you can find a lot of programs she has been attending. So without further ado, I would like to call Miss Professor Nada Ratkovic, all the way from Croatia. She will talk about SDG 1, no poverty. So floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, dear brother Noor. Thank you, Kings of Atlantis. Thank you, dear Dr. Pratik, for this big opportunity to be here. on this amazing first conference of innovation and SDGs. Now I will share. Please, Noor, can you give me the opportunity to share? Okay,
Yes,
now yes, okay. It's okay. It's okay. So here is my presentation. This is okay. I will talk a little about a case study in Croatia about the topic SDG 1, no poverty. Here are all the targets of no poverty. We know that all of our SDGs have the targets. I will go a little through these targets. First, I want to mention the big impact of COVID-19 on the global poverty. We know that poverty was before, by the time of COVID, and still now. That is a big problem. That is a big problem because we know that many population all over the world is living in the poverty. Some words when we make this in Mentimeters and other, you can see what it means: income inequality, health insurance, public policy, and we know that all I said whole world that is a lot of poverty. But I will talk a little about my country, and I want to introduce you with my country. And my country, I can say almost 1 million people is living in poverty. Croatia is a very small country. You know, we have only 3,800,000 citizens. So this is an enormous number of people who are living in poverty. I write here more than 700 because you know, when I go on the official data on Croatian Bureau or European, you can find different numbers, but that is not a point. The point is that we really have a lot of people, and from last year, 18% are 18% are living in poverty. What it means and what is possibility, what we need to do, and what are the indicators that are people who don't have for food, for medicine, for the main necessities of the life. And also this situation with big inflation. Now Croatia, like a part of European Union, and now we are at 2023. We will get, now we have a value called Croatia kuna, Hrvatska kuna, but we will have a euro. And now we have a big percent of inflation in my country, and it is making this situation more bigger. What about and how we get these numbers? As I said, we have a central Bureau of Statistics in Croatia, and every year we make a survey, our income survey, which is a Eurostat methodology, and it is a statistic called Statistics of Income and Living Conditions. And only on this way we can monitor the situation in the country. I want to show a poverty map in Croatia according to two statistic methods, by the income and by the spending. Now they are making in a digital tool, Gelstat, and you will see how it looks for income method and for spending method. If you see here the numbers, HRK, Hrvatska kuna, Hrvatska kuna, we can say that $100 are in Croatia 550 kunas. So that is for your comparison about this numbers. Here you see this my country. We have many neighbors, and also Ukraine. If you talk about the Ukrainian situation, we have from 1.5 only 500 kilometers from Ukraine, and it is not. I think that as Shelley said, for everybody of us, it is a very hard situation when we see that, when we think about that, and also we have Ukraine has a big nuclear turbine, and it is a big dangerous for whole Europe, and I can say for the whole world. Chernobyl is really a big dangerous. So this white here on this map, this white, we can say that these parts of Croatia have no poverty, or the less percent of poverty. Here, and I want to show more numbers before COVID. Before COVID, you see how the situation was. Before COVID, we have this number, this percentage, 8.4, 8.4, 2028, 2021, 7.6 before COVID. And you see how it grows by October 2020. So it is for the percentage of the world population, if you want to choose by the world population. I want to say today something about the risk of child poverty. What about the child poverty? In Europe, 120,000 girls and boys, according to Croatia, is 17.1%, and it is growing up. The risk is growing up. For example, it can for example, what we mean about the risk of child poverty. They can't learn, they can't have a birthday, they can't maybe they can't talk with their parents. So it is for us. When I talk about my town and my county, and when I go to school and or to university, I have many students who are really living in these conditions. They're coming from the rural parts, their parents are not working, or they are living from the land, from the animals. So that is not necessary for living in, when we know how big are the prices, for living. Situation in other countries, somebody who lives at another side of the world thinks that the situation in other countries in Europe is excellent. No, it's not. It is not, because there are many vulnerable children, especially when we talk about the children with disabilities, the children who has not good situation at home. And in my country, we have many national minorities. So like Roma, especially Roma, they are our minorities, and they always don't feel, they always have not a good feeling in the living in the country. But European Commission has many initiatives. European Guarantee for Every Child. That is one of the opportunities. Here is again, I said, awareness of poverty. Here are many, I said many things of here, like such getting involved in sporting activities, school trip, money for school lunch, birthday party, ice cream. These are really small things, and how can you be happy when you know that around you are many childs who don't have for ice cream. That is really very sad. And that are most common consequences of poverty. And we hear all, I know many educators today on this platform, we're all social activists. We are all making many humanitarian activities. When we talk about this situation with online education, many had lack of computers, or they are old, or they're not good. They don't have internet connection. That is all meaning of it. That is all have a meaning of poverty. So many scientific works and practices show that the impact of growing poverty is not only determined in the child's development. Somebody asked, did this have consequences on a person when he grows? Yes, it has big consequences on everybody. Because you can't have a you can't have a good cognitive, educational, or social emotional support, and you don't feel. Many students you can see in classes that they don't feel good. They are isolated because they think that that somebody has a biggest value than them. In Croatia, we make a national plan for against poverty and social exclusion. And here is one thing like economics SWOT analysis. We know that we have the forces. I will choose only a few from every of these. Like availability of monitoring data, we need correct data. We need to regulate the legislation of all good public policy that are forces. The weaknesses, we have many more weaknesses. Lack of tools for that systematic monitoring or to implement the measures for that inclusion. We have lack of synergy and planning. Also, like I said, we have a lack of educated people for this. Why? Because our students, when finished the university, goes to USA or goes to another countries where is the life more better. Occasions. This is one occasion I mentioned it. We have a strategic planning and management. And we have that our national development strategy, Croatia 2030, and we can get what is good from European Union. Well, we can get the grants, the funds for against poverty and social exclusion. Treats a lot, treats non-recognition. We have our capital town is Zagreb, and as I said, we have 3,800,000 citizens, and in the capital town is living 1 million citizens. So whole the growing, whole the industry, everything is in our main capital town. And that is not good. That is not good for living, because we have a great Adriatic Sea, and Croatia is oriented on tourism. When you ask somebody on the island or in the town who is living behind when I go to investigate and research about this, I can't believe these numbers, really, because many people works and really works a lot, and for me these numbers are no reality, really. But when I go in the classroom, like I said, I had maybe in 10 classrooms I have maybe 10 child, but that is a big number. That is a big number. So we all educators like Nelson Mandela said, transform the lives of people, but also of entire communities, has posed a poverty risk threshold for one member household. I want to show that what NADA is doing with her students. And I feel really good for my actions and for my students. We are doing this is for the Child for Africa. Every year we are sending in money, in clothes, and in other things to Africa. And in the middle here on this picture is our Croatia priest. He's a missionary in Africa, and he is a person who we are contacting. So, and also every generation of my classes have one family. We have always one Africa family who we are helping. You can see they said, this is on Croatia, thank you. They know to say hvala, thank you. This is our Miracle Mary. They are in, we send them, and they know that Miracle Mary is from my town, Sin. Thank you for the sweeties. They are thanking us. This is something, when you get this, I can't express the feelings when you get this from them. Also, not only for Africa, we are cooking for the people who don't have lunch. We have cookers. Our cookers are making always volunteer actions, especially for Christmas, for Easter. This is the first picture is 72 hours without compromise. Our students are volunteering 72 hours without compromise. Here, these are the people who we help to the lunch, for the lunch. We have many actions also for the International Day for Eradication of Poverty. We are helping the children with disabilities. We are helping also old people who are in hospital or who is living with who has no family. For the cookies for the children who don't have cookies, and etc. So if we talk about learning outcomes and comparing with SDG 1, we can recognize the potential of reporters for educational process in volunteering. Explain the role of motivation, describe the steps of project planning, map the needs of the school and the local community, and define possible volunteer activities to respond to the needs. Many ideas for the volunteer activities to accept the importance of supporting volunteers. My message today is that on ourselves we can do a little, but together we can achieve everything. A little action is a big action for our child, for our old people, for everybody who is living today in poverty. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wow, please give it electronic claps, heart shape, and so many of your words for the outstanding work have been doing through this global educator and one of my great sister, Nada. Sister, you are doing such a great way because, you know, education can transform. Yes, you just no poverty, just bring the educational transformation, and that's what is needed. Dear Honorable, all the speaker, I do believe that if you are focusing on the global celebrity are not the person who doing actor. Global celebrity are not the person who are doing the acting. Global celebrity is a person who are the educator, because this educator bring all the powerful people for the future generation. So I do believe that all the educators of today, they are the global celebrity and they deserve the highest respect in around the world. Thank you so much, sister, for your such a powerful, motivating presentation. And yes, we have learned a lot of things from your presentation. Thank you so much for being with us. So move on to the next speaker, as the number of speaker of today going to share their words. So without further ado, I would like to call another prominent speaker, Miss Hadarayan Diana, all the way from Romania. She is the teacher, writer, international speaker. Wow, so many designations she has. So she will be talking about another SDG 1, no poverty. So my dear honorable, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. It's an honor for me today to be here with you. And thank you so much, my dear friend, Dr. Pratik, for this invitation from today. I will share my screen. It's okay? I will present today my own work in Asia countries for poverty eradication. Last year, I started work in Asia countries with some schools, and the topic was.
Can you do the full screen? Full screen.
Is full screen is okay? Topic was Sustainable Development Goals inside International School Award British Council project. Poverty is more than the lack of income and the resource to ensure a sustainable livelihood. Its manifestation include hunger and malnutrition, limited access to education and other basic services, social discrimination and exclusion, as well as the lack of participation in decision-making. Economic growth must be inclusive to provide sustainable jobs and promote equality. Social protection system need to implement it to help elevate the suffering of disaster-prone countries and provide support in the face of great economic risk. These systems will help strengthen responses by affected population and unexpected economic loss during disasters, and will eventually help to end extreme poverty in the most impoverished areas. Most people living below the poverty line belong to regions, South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. High poverty rates are often found in small, fragile, and conflict-afraid countries. 1 in 4 children under age 5 in the world has inadequate height for his or her age. My school and schools from Asia, especially Pakistan, we had one project last 3 years about sustainable development goals 1, no poverty, with our children. The aim was the contribution of globalization to the eradication of absolute poverty, but also the pursuit of efforts to reduce relative poverty and ensure a life worthy of all. The objective was students knew what festivals are and why are they that celebrate. They knew the names of different Islamic festivals. They knew the history celebration part of regions of Pakistan, of Romania. The activity students knew what festivals are and why are they celebrate International Children's Day. They knew the name of different Romanian and Islamic festivals celebrate. Students did ID getting cards, my school and partner school. Activity one was we realized a stand with toys and books for sale So we sell books and toys, my school. And second activity was I realized at one festivals. We realized also music festivals with found collection. So my school collection found money for the poor children from Pakistan. The aim of the project was to be on the part of peace, culture, friendships, and solidarity with other countries in the world, especially now that many countries are still suffering from shortcomings. These projects show that we can go around the virtual world to show that there are no borders between countries. We have a planet, and it belongs to everyone, regardless of race, religion, culture, gender, nationality. Key topics for sustainable developments addressed in this project include, but are not limited to, civic duties, peace, ethics, responsibility in the local and global context, civic responsibility, environmental protection, natural resource management and biodiversity, as well as poverty reduction. What we are trying to achieve today through this charitable festival and exhibition. We have tried to build this project on a great pedestal of sustainable goals in a world that is still about to discover its value, culture, nationality, peace, and world that wants to eradicate poverty and hunger, a world that wants for her children a quality education. I have tried to contribute with a lot of work and respect to this project with Asia countries, together with the project team of my school. I thanks especially for their dedication and involvement carrying out not only the activities included in the project, but also the realization of this activity designed to help partner schools in Pakistan. And the name of festival was Let's Donate $1 to Pakistan Children. We donated money after our festival. Children from Pakistani school, we give them uniform, clothes, and shoes. And here is the picture, the Pakistani children, our names, my teacher from my school, newspaper. We was in newspaper about this activity. Teacher from Pakistan give the shoes for the children. This year also we have another project for poor children, international project, also with schools from Asia. We help children and old people. Activities for the eradication of poverty we can carry out if you want. We just have to want this. Imagine a world without poverty and without hunger. We have health and well-being, quality education, and total gender equality. There is clean water and sanitation for each of us, clean and affordable energy that allow for decent work and growth. Our prosperity is fueled by investment in industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and this has helped us with this inequality. We live in sustainable cities and communities, and responsible production and consuming are helping the planet. Climate action has limited global warming, and you have a thriving and abundant life underwater and a diverse life on Earth. We enjoy peace and justice through strong institutions, and we have established a long-term partnership for the goals. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wow, wow, such a great presentation I ever said, because in our most South Asian country, actually the traditional form of educational system are going on, the curriculum system is still not updated yet. But you are the true educator who just realize the other students, who realize the students that you have a responsibility to things like this. You have to have the duties and other activities apart from your study. Look, if this is can build from the very beginning as a foundation of our education, yes, the world will definitely change by the magical educator like you. Thank you so much, dear Honorable. We do really appreciate that. Look,
Thank you so much.
Our sister Nada, look, our sister Diana, this kind of educator we require to change the world, because almost half of the population are youth, but we didn't utilize the youth properly. And
thank you so much.
Even we find that the almost 70% youth live in the poor countries. So poor is not I say the poor is the factor, but this is not all about that obstacle all of your opportunities. No, you just have to change by yourself. Otherwise, the situation will remain like this every single time. Anyway, thank you so much, Honorable, for your valuable speech. We feel really honored to have you. Move on to the next speaker of today. And yes, I feel really honored to announce the next speaker. Oh, she is smiling. Sure. Already she is gazing that I'm going to call her. So the global celebrity and the global educators, team instructor Greece, Ministry of Education. Yes, international speaker and so many things. So what you are waiting for? Miss Rania Lempu, all the way from Greece. Sister, floor is yours.
Okay, good evening from me too, to all of you. I'm very, very happy to be among very good friends here. And of course, wonderful eminent speakers from all the world, wonderful educators dedicated to social service learning and social work. I'm really very, very happy. Today, my presentation, I will attempt to present a case study. Actually, the current tragic situation of famine in Yemen, the causes of this crisis, the ramification, and all the efforts to offer relief to this emergency state, because Yemen is still one of the largest humanitarian crises in the world. So I will share now my presentation. And Yemen on the brink of famine. Can you see my presentation?
Careful about this thing, and also the line.
Approximately, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization, approximately 135 people across 55 countries are suffering from acute food insecurity. Food and Agriculture Organization is a specialized agency for the United Nations that leads international efforts to defeat hunger. So what is food insecurity? Food insecurity is a situation in which people do not have secure access to sufficient amounts of safe and nutritious food for normal growth and development and an active and healthy life. Famines have been the topic of debates for decades, but our understanding of the causes has shifted from the Malthusian perception of scarce resources and population growth to political process. Why political process? Because we all know that famines are actually human-made and can be regarded as crimes. Yemen is in the midst of a crisis of mass hunger. And according to Global Hunger Index, Yemen is the poorest country in the Middle East, is in the midst of a massive humanitarian crisis that only continues to deteriorate. And it has the second highest hunger score in the world after the Central African Republic. So since why all is happening there? Since the COVID-19 hit the conflict devastated the country, millions of Yemenis already facing dangerous levels of hunger are being pushed into deeper poverty. So even before COVID, Yemen was the site of the largest food crisis in the world, Of course, a concerted aid effort to pull the country back from the brink of famine last year, but now risks sliding back. The coronavirus pandemic, coming on top of the legal confluence of other challenges, has accelerated the misery of the poorest nation in the region, with more families already in poverty, earning even less and facing more hunger. Combined also all this with poverty, unemployment, poor political governance, and the recent civil war caused in Yemen what the United Nations say the worst humanitarian crisis in the world. Food insecurity and famine are increasing and are causing more conflict. And as a food efficient country, Yemen has always been heavily dependent on commercial imports. These have been knowingly undermined by parties to the conflict, causing major disruption to the food pipeline and other supplies. Hunger is rife across the country, even hundreds of miles from the front line. Combined with the food, with the coronavirus crisis, poverty, and the famine always create a dire medical crisis at the same time. A great proportion of the population experience food insecurity and health hazards. As the Middle East tourist country, the Yemen struggled with food insecurity in some areas long before the escalation of the conflict in March 2015. And since 2015, the famine has been ongoing in Yemen, which started during the Yemeni civil war. More than 85,000 children have died as a result of the famine as of 2018. So in May 20, UNICEF described Yemen as the largest humanitarian crisis in the world, and estimated that 80% of the population, over 24 million people, were in need of humanitarian assistance. The famine is being compounded by an outbreak of cholera, which resulted in 5,000 new cases daily in June 2017. So devastation of Yemeni at the same time infrastructure, health, water, and sanitation systems and facilities by Saudi-led coalition aid strikes led to the spread of cholera. And UNICEF also says that there have been many attacks on water systems in Yemen, cutting of water to many. After November 2017, deadly clashes and air strikes have forced over 3 million people to flee their homes. Saudi Arabia was reported to be deliberately targeting means of food production and distribution in Yemen by bombing farms, fishing boats, ports, food storages, food factories, and other businesses in order to exacerbate famine. And 1,500 schools were damaged or destroyed during Yemeni civil war. Houthi rebels also have been accused of unlawfully confiscating food and medicine from civilians under their control. The confiscated food and medicine was sent by several organizations, including Human Rights Watch, the World Food Programme, but that aid was not reaching the majority of those eligible to receive it. So in October 2018, the United Nations warned that 13 million people would face starvation in what could be the worst famine in the world in 100 years. A shattered economy, high unemployment, and no payment of salaries have destroyed incomes and pushed people into debt. Millions of families have left with nothing to live on, experiencing catastrophic food gaps and malnutrition. Families have no choice but to resort to desperate and harmful coping situations to avert hunger or the looming threat of it. And many reduce the amount of food they eat, or they even skip meals. They feed what little they have to their children in priority before themselves, and some also are forced to run up debts, send household members to beg or sell their assets to buy food. Furthermore, aid funding is running out. Most also families that were interviewed have fled their homes due to the violent conflict and are now living in inadequate, overcrowded conditions. Despite this, parents also have been making every effort to support their families, often by doing the lowest paid jobs available that are now becoming even more precarious. Here you can see some of the words of these people who say that our main meal is bread and tea. Even potatoes are out of reach. We are more scared of food prices than the COVID pandemic. And never before have Yemenis faced so many threats at once, and all this at the height of a devastating pandemic. Why women bear always the brunt? Because women suffer disproportionately from these dramatic levels of food insecurity and malnutrition. They eat, why? Because they eat last and least, giving priority to children and other family members for using money for other household needs. They are increasingly struggling to access hospitals and medical services. They are further exposed to risks and experience the highest levels of all forms of violence. So 3 million women and girls are at risk of gender-based violence, and incidents of violence against women have increased by more than 63% over the last 2 years. Early marriage is already a dire problem in Yemen, has increased again since the escalation of the conflict. And girls as young as 8 or 10 years old are married off to reduce the number of family members to feed, but also as a source of income in order to feed the rest of the family and pay off debts. So how now war and conflict cause famine? Yemen's food prices is a direct man-made result of the war. Imposed difficulties in importing food, the destruction of civilian infrastructure, a gas crisis, an entire year of unpaid public salaries, periods of siege and de facto blockades had left the Yemenis without the means of processes to access basic staple food, even before the closure of key entry points for food in early November 2017. Furthermore, the effects of the war have led to an increase in basic food prices of up to another 30%. And at the same time, the population has less and less access to gas and paid work. This has led to a vicious cycle as increasing numbers of people descend into food insecurity. And what are the causes of conflicts? It is important to understand why conflicts may arise. The most commonly cited cause of conflict are related to socioeconomic factors, geography, and institutions. More specifically, many studies show that poverty, unemployment, the unemployment of young men, inequalities in income, land, and natural resources, often combined with population pressures, geographic characteristics, etc., and poor governance are all key drivers of conflict. How food insecurity fuels conflict? Food insecurity has also been singled out as a source of conflict, and especially the presence of ill-defined regimes. A youth bulge, as we say, what is a youth bulge? Is a disproportionately high share of young people in the population, stunted economic development, slow or falling economic growth, and high inequality among groups. In particular, increases in food prices have been found to strongly exacerbate the risk of political unrest and conflicts. And for example, food riots often occurred as a response to higher food prices in Egypt during the 70s, and in Jordan and Morocco, we know during the 80s and 90s. And more recently, 2007-2008, global food crisis sparked rioting in 48 countries. In some cases, this had severe political consequences, and also we know the cases in Madagascar, what happened. So what we can do, building resilience to conflict, a framework for building resilience to conflict is needed. Such resilience is defined as helping countries and households to prevent, anticipate, prepare for, cope for, recover from conflicts, and not only bounce back to where they were before the conflicts occurred, but become better off. In this framework, conflicts are one type of shock that hits food security at both national and household levels. The framework emphasizes that specific conflicts often occur together with other shocks, we said before, are always together with conflicts or natural disasters or price shocks, etc. So the interdependencies between shocks, such as droughts, often lead to complex, what we call complex emergencies. And resilience at the national level is mainly built through policies and interventions, and is a precondition for household level resilience. Household resilience can be further enhanced through programs sponsored by governments or the national partners. And given that resilience enhancing food security policies and programs are highly context specific, we can mention also some cases for conflict affected countries as case studies. One country is a lower income country, Somalia, and there are also lower middle income countries such as Egypt, Sudan, and Yemen. Yemen and Egypt are examples of complex emergencies. means that both countries have experienced a series of economic shocks that may have contributed to conflict. So in those two cases, we focus on emphasizing conflict's impact on food security and present selected policy reform options. The other two countries, Sudan and Somalia, have been in conflict for many years, and in those cases, we focus on the local level causes of conflict and program level interventions for enhancing conflict resilience. So building resilience to conflict in Yemen, we mean that the country will become better off than before. Here we can see some recommendations on what can reform petroleum subsidized to benefit and secure, improve the business climate to foster economic growth and job creation, reduce the production and consumption of aquatics and stimulating drug and foster agricultural growth, improve food security risk management, implement the water sector strategy, target public investments and improve service provisions, and launch a high-level awareness campaign. Recommendations on the level to the parties in the conflict in Yemen, of course, protect all civilians from the effects of war, including getting attacks which directly target civilians, fully reopen all sea, land, airports, rehabilitate and repair Yemen's infrastructure, all port facilities, ensure unimpeded access to all people in need, ensure that commercial food transportation for the country is not obstructed, create meaningful space for participation of women, commit to an immediate ceasefire and cessation of all hostilities. On the second level, which concern donors, international community, we need, of course, the immediate reopening of all ports in Yemen, ensure the installation of additional cranes, ports, provide sufficient funding, increase pressure on warring parties, use all available channels, and United Nations, what they can do, they can assess the impact of the blockade on the food security pipeline, increase the coordination capacity between UN and NGOs, and conduct negotiations, of course, on humanitarian access challenges. We aim for concluding, we can mention the case of Oxfam, which is actually trains, have many networks that interwork without them, and they try to empower young people to participate in political life, train students and teachers to work on reducing violence in schools. They try to have they launch programs to empower women, and they work also for local partners to advocate women about early marriages. Also, we can mention the effects of climate change, which are increasingly affecting Yemen. And Yemen, I forgot to say that it's one of the most water-scarce countries in the world. And Oxfam, also this organization is working to raise awareness of how to cope with future natural disasters, because I said that always we have the combination of shocks, surprises, along with natural disasters, with conflict, with war, all this what we call complex emergencies. Thank you very much for your attention. I think we all need to be sensitized towards this problem, and we can maybe we can help each one with our own ways. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. Please give electronic claps for the great presentation I ever seen, because you already mentioned the Yemen, the crises. Also focused on some action that was done. Even the Oxfam is another international NGO, as far as I know. They did a great job. And I'm also working in another international organization, so I know that that's right. Anyway, thank you so much, Honorable. That is very insightful presentation, because in this presentation, most of people can know what was happened and what was the ultimate solution or action regarding that incident. Thank you, Honorable. And we really love to hear you and love to see you everywhere.
Thank you very much. So, the reason I selected this topic was about, because you know, it's the war between Russia and Ukraine these days. So I wanted to highlight here in Greece also we are in danger because of our you know, risk relationship with Turkey, and I think that we are on the brink of a third world war. I think everyone can see that with what is happening here in Russia. So I wanted to highlight the relation between food crisis, between war, and all these consequences of conflicts. This is why I selected this topic, because it's very, very relevant today.
Yeah,
we should all.
That's why this is one of the powerful messages you have shared. Because as we all are very sad to see this kind of event in this modern civilization, because in the before there was not the world are not the updating moment. But right now we are living in the modern civilization, but situation is happen, how it's happened and why it's happening. This is really very hectic and very pathetic in my sense. So we can say that stop war because no war, no hunger. Thank you, Honorable. So move on to the next speaker. I would like to call the next speaker. She is the Global Goodwill Ambassador, Professor in Humanities, Education, and Humanitarian, Lecturer, Speaker, Global Award winner. Wow, so many designations she has. So without further ado, I would like to call Professor Dr. Mehreen Mia, all the way from South Africa. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Floor is yours.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's lovely to see you again, Brother Ahmad Nur Ahmed. Lovely to see you. Thank you to everyone for the platform. Am I audible enough just so that I can check with you? Okay. Yes, so today's topic, presentations, is really very good. And I must say I enjoyed the presentation about the Kingdom of Atlantis. It's amazing that we could have a possible future in that regard. So we'd love to work towards that. I won't be doing a presentation because I prefer to actually talk about the topic for today. And it's about the good health and well-being. So this SDG, remember, is something that is linked to every other one in some form. But I want to break it down just a little bit, because if we look at good health and well-being, according to this SDG, it's separated. If we look at good health and you ask any layperson or somebody about their health, is your health good? Immediately what comes to mind is the physical health, the medical health. If you ask somebody about their well-being, automatically it is related again to the medical well-being, the physical well-being. We need to understand that these two concepts are separated but very interlinked, although it's not just about the medical or physical self. It is holistic in different ways. When you talk of good health, we need to focus on mental health. We need to focus on emotional health. We need to focus on your physical health and your spiritual health, because the balance of all of these will create for the awesome well-being of you as a self. And you as a true self can only become the best of you and the most healthy version of you in your mind, in your body, in your spirit, in your form, to do what you need to do when and if you are aware of changes that need to be made in your life. Now, I'll pause there to ask just 2 or 3 questions to everybody on this platform or whoever's listening. We are leaders. We want to make the difference. We want to make the differences to people's lives, whether it be in our community, in society, in the nation. I have my own organizations, for example, which I belong to, and multiple of them are global. Many of them are in my country, and all I have to do is basically go out and make sure that things get done for them. We started magnificent programs when COVID hit us, for example. But why I mention these is because I want to relay an example before I to the questions I want to ask. Think of questions. If you're sitting in your home, your residence where you live, your jurisdictional area of where you are, right now, are you aware of any of your neighbors who are ill? Are you aware of any of the hospitals around you that need help? Are you aware of the mental well-being of the children and the youth around you? Are you aware of these things that are happening in your own jurisdiction? Because if we as leaders are not aware of what is happening within our neighborhood, in our communities, how are we going to make changes relevant for good health and well-being in our societies or as a nation? We need to first look around us immediately. And why I mentioned that there is a link between your good health and well-being and your mental state is I want to relay a small, not a story, it's exactly what happened. One of the things I do is a feeding scheme. We do grocery hampers that we go to give out in different locations in South Africa. We do, I go out and I do special programs for women, for children, etc., in the areas that are poverty stricken right now. And one of the things we did, for example, when the pandemic hit us, was going out to a specific location where it was very, very poor. People were not getting aid. People had means of trying to get food, etc. So we did a feeding for the day for different families. And we got to the area. And what I did was, I had obviously had volunteers that work with me. So we had people came through us, and of course we had to be able to go and tell them, you need to stand in your specific lines, you need to have social distancing, etc., and we needed to feed. And there was me trying to feed, and so all of a sudden there's a little girl standing next to me, and she's there with her little bowl, and she wants to collect the food to take to her home, and she doesn't have a mask on. And I said to her, sweetie, you need to go put your mask on. And she says, but I don't have one. So then I leave what I'm doing. And of course we have tons, because this is what we do. We distribute them. And I take the mask and I go to give it to this girl. And I say, now you got to put on. And then she says to me, I don't know how. This is a girl average about 7 to 8 years old who's standing out there wanting to collect food to take to her home. I then teach her how to do the mask. So what I went out to do as a feeding scheme ended up being an awareness campaign for what the pandemic was. So we go out there to do one thing and you end up doing something else. And then I realized, I looked at her properly. She was malnutrition. Obviously, they had not been getting any aid. We as governments have been able to say to people, you have to wear the mask, you have to do A, B, and C, you need to sanitize, but governments have not given me these means to be able to accomplish that. So I let volunteers do what they had to do. And I spoke to this child, and then I went out to the crowd that was there and started to talk to them. And then I see a little boy who was sitting in a corner and he was crying. All of this, Brother Ahmed knew it in one day. And I see this little boy crying, and I go to him and I say, what happened? And this was my turning point and motivated even more during the pandemic. He was sitting there crying because he was on his way to walk up our road to a park to commit suicide. And he saw our vans pull up. And when he saw that, he stopped to see what we were doing. And when somebody offered him, a stranger offered him this plate and a meal, he sat down and he cried. And when I wanted to delve more into it, I went to see eventually is his home, etc. His home has 3 other siblings, with a mom who's critically sick with cancer, and his dad. His dad has lost his job because of the pandemic. And his dad had mentioned the night before, I can't handle it, I can't handle feeding so many, I don't even have the money anymore. This child felt at his age of 13 that if I'm not here, I might make this. God forbid that a child is feeling that purely based on the circumstance he's feeling economically. So I'm saying that the good health of ourselves, the good health of our beings, the well-being of people is not necessarily only physical. Everything is a contributing factor to your health and well-being. We need to maintain and sustain good health and well-being. We have got to be able to be globally active on holistic well-being and good health. Poverty, yes, is all around us. I see this past year on every platform. We don't have this pandemic of the virus that hit us. We have a pandemic of mental health, with a pandemic of poverty, we have a pandemic of hunger, we have multiple other pandemics right now. And all of these are actually what contribute to the lack of good health, the lack of well-being with our people. So, inshallah, I pray that somehow we are able to make sure that getting to all the people around the world, not alone just in my country, but across the globe, people need good health, they need well-being, they need the assistance in whatever way or form. Right now, even my sponsors are going up in terms of sponsoring because people are losing jobs. There are no jobs anymore. There's just poverty all around. It's everywhere. Children are going to school, but there's no nutrition for them. There's no meals offered for them. So right now we're busy trying to make sure that kids are going to school, but they're getting a meal even though they don't bring it from home. So there's so many ways and means that we need to pull together to sustain families, sustain our children, sustain people. But we need to be able to be aware. The awareness is the key. We have to be aware of what is needed to ensure good health and well-being holistically, from an elder to a young child who needs to go to school. And that awareness is what will create the change that is necessary for us to build a better humanity, inshallah. Thank you so much again for this platform. And I'm just conscious of time and many speakers ahead of me. So I'm grateful again and thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. MashaAllah, you have shared such a great way, like in your words, that's so much powerful, and share the reality with the activity in action. Trust me, sister, if we think about this way, I think the world definitely will change, because most of the thing we have to think from our side first, then we will work together. And that what are you meant to say? And yes, you are focusing on the SDG 3, and this is very important. Actually, all the SDGs are important, but this is mainly important to survive. Thank you so much, sister, for your insightful discussion, and thank you so much for being with us. We are really honored to have you. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you very much.
Jazakallah khair. Move on to the next speaker. I would like to call, before that, I would like to share his, some of the designation. He's a writer. Maybe it's common. No, it's common not, because all of the people are not be a writer, because it's a very passionate work. Well, he is a comic poet. Create, director, founder, stage feature. Wow. And so many designation she hold. I actually feel jealous for that. Anyway, without further ado, I would like to call the next prominent speaker of today, Mr. Prachetan Suryakan Potadar, all the way from India, and he will talk about the SDG 4, that is quality education. So floor is yours.
Thank you. Am I audible to you, Honorable Speaker? So, dear organizers, honorable speakers, active listeners, and wonderful moderators, namaste to all of you. Before moving to next feed, I just want to raise one question or one line. Tamaso ma Jyotirgamaya, a Sanskrit line from our old ancient scriptures. It means, please guide me or address me towards that pathfinding light. And yes, we are all in search of that pathfinding light all together. So credit goes to all of you. And now let's move to my presentation, which is not exactly my presentation, because each one of you is reflecting in between somehow, somewhere, and some of you are already contributed for it in directly and indirect manner. So may I allow to share an access for the same?
Yes, please proceed, sir. Please proceed.
Okay, just give me a second. I think they are sharing screen sharing as well. Just give me a second.
You are a co-host already. You can share.
Okay. So whether screen is visible to you?
Not now, sir. Not now.
Visible.
Is it visible now?
No, sir.
Not visible.
Okay. Just give me a second. They are sharing an error. May I know why that error occurred in between?
Can you just WhatsApp me the PPT? I'll share it for you.
Okay, I will just WhatsApp you.
Send me the PPT.
Yeah, just give me a second.
Okay.
This is how we are looking for sustainable solutions. Thank you, Dr. Pratik. And credit goes to our moderators as well. I really appreciate your attentive listenership, because your prompt attention will definitely motivate rest of the speakers who are about to come right after me. And don't worry, I belongs to advertising background, so I'm not going to take too much time for the same, because we value that every second, and that quality education
also.
Yeah, that's our honor, because Pratik sir insisted us and guided us to be a media partner of such a huge event. I hope Pratik sir had received that presentation.
Not yet. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just sharing now. Just a minute. Just a moment.
Just turn on the slideshow.
Is it visible?
Yeah. Just turn on the slideshow. I will
Just a minute.
And there is option slideshow on your screen. Just turn that on.
You can get sir. In the bottom, there is. Yes, sir.
Where is that?
Yeah, down,
At the top
yeah,
of-
right side. Yeah. That is the slides. Yeah, there another next one. Yeah, the last one. Yes, sir. Yes. No. The side one. No, sir.
There is
photo,
a menu near to animation. Yes. Thank you. So once again, warm welcome to everyone. Will you please get back to welcome slide first? Yes. Right now, we all are engaging in this kind of activity while listening or viewing to our live streaming on YouTube. So this is strictly dedicated to everyone who is watching this on YouTube and many other platforms. Someone is making some other draft, someone is prioritizing tomorrow's meeting, someone is watching us on laptop, someone is doing other multitasking while listening to us on these various issues. So yes, welcome to all contributors across the globe in this presentation. Next slide, please, sir. Yes. So my name is Prachetan Poddar. The meaning of my name itself includes enthusiasm. Prachetan means Chetna. Chetna means enthusiasm. And like you said, I am writer, host, advertising creator, director, brand consultant, and founder of www.stayfeature.com, which has a motto of stay connected with Stay Feature. Because all of you are doing commendable work, but you need to get feature on consistent basis and in right timeline and in right direction. That's why we are here for you. Next slide, please. Yes, I am here to address this purpose of SDG 4. Look at that image carefully. There is one pencil which begins the first phase of our learning, and there are the two phases who are enjoying that phase of learning. End goal of SDG should be like this. Everyone should be that part of that SDG and should be allotted with that equal opportunities by all means. Yes, sir. Next slide, please. Yes. Who we are. Each one of us is gathered over here. It's just like one of them. So dear listeners, whoever watching us across the globe, we are learners and listeners just like you. So wherever you are watching us, keep contributing your suggestions for our next event and our next improvement. That's why, yeah, hello, we are learners and listeners like you, and we want to make a difference on the people. The blue word at the top of the corner, that people. We are here for all that people. Next slide, please. Yes. When I was child, I was not gifted by typical toys. I was gifted by one biography of an inspiring personality whose name was George Washington Carver. And yes, here comes the quote. Education is the key to unlock the golden door of freedom. Yes. Why I came to know about that quote? The answer lies in the question itself. Education. Educations, how to convey that education is all about that quality education. That's why I decided to put that quote into limelight. Next slide, please. Yes. We are living in second decade of 21st century. This is now we are facing somewhere else. It was a famous cartoon across the famous paper. When we are trying to feed them with knowledge, the response may like this. Memory full, memory full, memory full. I can't teach them anymore. This might be a right bang on target questions when it comes to quality educations. Because in quality educations, interest of learner means a lot when it comes to curriculum and their age background. Next slide, please. Yes. When we were child, we were not born with scientific mind like Dr. Pratik sir. He was born gifted, but we are some of the exceptions. We were always occupied with these kind of calculations, thoughts, and all at the same time. When we were playing, when we were watching a TV, we were always tensed by exams and this kind of calculations in our mind. That's why I want to ask everyone, how many times you got occupied by these thoughts? Because whenever we start or strive to work on quality educations, we have to answer these questions first. Next slide, please. Yes. Look at, there are buildings, there are clouds, there are numbers, there are calculations, there are charts. And these are the actual calculations altogether, which will summarize the purpose of quality educations. Without that quality educations, I wouldn't able to clarify the real meaning of quality and affordability at the same time, because quality doesn't mean about infrastructure. Quality doesn't mean about that quality of uniform or the clothes. Quality lies that morality and ethics of education. And look at that affordability. Affordability should not withstand with price and other kind of labels. That's why here, if you want to strive for quality education, we have to identify that real meaning of quality as well as affordability all together. Anyhow, any country, any continent, or by any region across the globe. Next slide, please. Yes. While studying a management or any other postgraduate courses, we always come to a lot of thinking hats. But right now, when we have to address the issues of quality education, we have to occupy that thinking hat with all these kind of features at the same time. That's why this is a unique thinking hat of education, because an educator has to adapt with different learning abilities, different learning circumstances like our pandemic, and different learning from sacrifices, from discipline, from growth. That's why this thinking hat of education is not anyone's cup of tea. But yes, few of us who are addressing on this conference are already on the top of it. Next slide, please. Yes. When I come to my graduation, I was always confused in this kind of skills. We always have these heavy words, quality education. What exactly the quality education? It should not be restricted to our admission prospectus. It should have that different perspective with that clear mind. Look, there are three words: teaching, mentoring, and coaching. Normally, we are always get confused with these three words. If we have to finalize curriculum for quality education, if we have to make them affordable, we need to clarify or sort out these kind of issues by putting our target learner at the center. Because learning is lifelong process, but for lifelong learning, we have to be clear what is our contribution to our target learner, or if we are learner, what should be our motto, whether we should go for mentor, whether we should go for coach, or should we hire another teacher at this age. Thank you. Next slide, please. Yes. This is the book. It might be encyclopedia, which is not yet available on Google. We have to grant them in anyhow to make and to open the doors of knowledge with unlimited curiosity, unlimited questioning spirit, which may boost up the next door of quality education. Next slide, please. Yes. Like Dr. Shelley West addressed in the previous session, we have to provide them wings. We cannot back up them by financial means, but yes, these are some of the instruments which may provide them to grow their approach, grow their learning skills, grow their capacity that we never imagined before. That's why if somebody is learner along with us, we have to give them wings like this. Next slide, please. Yes, here comes our role. crucial role of medium and social media. Normally, we came to learn with our mother tongue or other kind of mediums. There are different kind of exam boards, and now online learning has come to picture. But at the same time, we are always adapting different circumstances, different perspective from social media. Like I saw one Instagram post, things I wish to learn in my 20s, but I came to know about it at my 50s. So crucial role of social media and medium comes to picture. And what we were try to resolve this kind of things, we try to organize an eduthon where Dr. Pratik was honorable guest. We tried to put a theme, education beyond syllabus. So we tried to deliver a lot of quality content, which was not yet offered by our traditional curriculum. And trust me, Dr. Pratik was fantastic over there, and rest of the speaker was almost contributed over there. So that was the crucial role of medium and social media. And I'm also glad to say that Ms. Rania Rampo ma'am, who were presented just before me, was also part of feature on Stay Feature for their contribution in this kind of education sector. She was the achiever of the week for our Stay Feature portal. Next slide, please. Yes. Thus, 2 days conference is not going to be an end. It should be a new beginning. That's why we have to stay connected, stay safe, and stay feature. Thank you. Thanks for your allowing me to permit, and thank you for allowing me to submit, stay connected with Stay Feature. Thanks a lot.
Wow, wow. Can you please everyone give an electronic class, or you can class like this way, even you can share some of your words. And this is why I really feel jealous of you. And you are the creative person. You already know that how can you attract the listener? How can we attract the, audience? This is the way. And your presentation was very creative. You can find some appreciation words in our chat box. But to be honest, I am very much honored. Even I am very much delighted. Even I want to be a part of this Stay Feature because I want to be a Stay Feature one day.
You are most welcome,
so thank you so much. And yeah, we will definitely connect each other. So let's be a Stay Feature. Thank you so much for your great presentation.
Thank you.
Well, now I'm going to move on to another prominent speaker. Sure, I say that I have learned so many things from this speaker. I have feel very inspired. Even I feel like this kind of, if I get this kind of inspiration, why not our youth can get this kind of inspiration from this person? So maybe you're thinking that with whom I'm just talking about, I'm focusing on the research supervisor Viu Gopal from India. She is none other than my beloved sister, Dr. Kalpana Dixit. Sister, we'll talk about HZ4. So, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving such a brief introduction. And thank you, Dr. Pratik Mundrekar, for organizing such a wonderful conference. And you have done, you have already rocked it. And I would also like to express my gratitude to all the dignitary and officials of the Kingdom of Atlantis for giving support and for organizing and giving permission for this wonderful conference and inviting all the speakers on their platform itself. And I am thankful to all the speakers who are presented here. So here I am, I would like to highlight the goal for being I am from the education sector. So I would like to highlight the goal for SDG goal 4 is already you all have known, and in many conferences it has been highlighted that goal 4 is quality, ensuring the quality by 2030. And I am focusing basically on, because the sub theme of the conference is the how can we support the workplace of Kingdom of Atlantis. So being an educator, I would like to highlight here the goal 4.7 by 2030. It ensures all the learners acquire knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including among others through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyle, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace, and non-violence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural contribution to sustainable development. This is the brief introduction of the target 4.7. And here I would like to take the permission to share my screen. Can I share, Dr. Pratik? Okay. Whether my screen is visible to you all?
No.
Not really.
Not yet.
Is it visible?
No. I can't see your screen.
Dr. Pratik, is it visible?
No, not yet. It's not
Not
visible.
yet? Okay. I'm not finding it. Advanced file.
Dr. Pratik, there is a green sharing tab on your screen where you have to click on share screen and allow multiple sharing.
Yeah. You can do because it is not visible on my screen.
But I am
The green screen where share screen is there, and just say enable multiple sharing.
Yes, but it's gonna be problem sometimes. That's why I'm giving access.
It is multiply participants. Everybody
you find?
can share.
I gave you the access already.
Yes, everybody.
You don't have access of this?
Dr.
Now
Kalpana,
we have, ma'am.
Dr.
Kalpana,
Kalpana,
now we have.
Share with Pratik
You are a
representation.
co-host and I gave you the access to everyone now.
Okay.
You have, ma'am. Kalpana, ma'am, you have now access.
Yes, it's visible now.
Now please click on your PPT.
Yes, I am just.
Minimize the screen. Yeah.
I am just clicking on this. You have given me access now. I'm just clicking on this.
Yeah, we are able to see your screen now.
Yeah,
yes.
This is. Do you find it?
Just press.
Okay.
Yeah, just press F5, ma'am. Just press F5 on your keyboard.
F5?
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
Full screen.
Where is F5? I'm not finding F5 here.
Top of the keyboard. Top of the keyboard.
No, top of the keyboard is visible.
F5. F5 function key.
Yeah, I am. Is it?
Or you can click on slideshow, ma'am. Slideshow tab.
Yeah, I can do that slideshow itself.
Yeah, you can do slideshow. Just next.
Slideshow.
Yeah, next to it. Next one, ma'am. Slideshow. Next to animations.
No, next to animations. Or double click on the first slide.
Actually, my slideshow screen is not visible. This button is not visible because of this black screen is there. Actually, I will.
Ma'am, even at the bottom of this. Okay, even at the bottom of the screen, there is a show tab. At the bottom of the screen, right side. Just last option. Last one. The one where there is a screen thing. Just next to the book symbol, ma'am. You came there just now. Next to the book symbol.
I do not find it.
No, that's
Actually what?
No.
No.
The PowerPoint.
Actually, because of this black screen of your sharing, I do not find my this slideshow here on my screen.
Dr.
There is some black screen.
Dr. Kalpana, just click on that black and scroll it little down. Scroll the black line little down.
Yes, that is why I will do. Yes, then I am fine. Yes.
Okay. Now that Zoom, exit from that Zoom.
Or minimize. You can minimize the screen.
Minimize it because we don't see the presentation. Click on the presentation. Click on the presentation. Yes. Yes. Okay. Now do you see slideshow? Yes. Go with the
No, this is animation, and after animation,
Next to
I
it.
am not
slideshow.
I'm not finding it because of this black screen of sharing. Because you have given me access, now I am not taking the access. So what I can do?
You can move. You can move that.
It's okay, ma'am. Carry on, please.
Go like that.
Is it? It is visible. It is visible. You can proceed with your presentation.
I can. No? Yes.
Yeah.
I
You can
go.
read the slides anyway.
Yeah. Okay, that's good idea. Because this black screen is also covering my slideshow itself. Otherwise, I can. How can I down this black screen, which is on the top on my laptop?
Just click on that and go down with it. Click on that. And move it. Can you move it?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you. Then I will go to the slideshow. Thank you very much for supporting this much. Now I will go to slideshow from beginning. Here it go. Okay.
Great.
Right. Okay, I am Dr. Kalpana Dixit, Research Supervisor, Barkatullah University, Bhopal, India. I am here focusing on, as I have told you previously, on the target 4.7 SDG goal 4. So just I would like to highlight that what role does education play in sustainable development goal. In the 2 days conference, we have already learned many more issues about the quality education and ensuring the quality, as well as the infrastructure facility, curriculum development, content, and everything is there. But what the school or education played in role for establishing the quality. Good quality education is an essential for sustainable world. This was emphasized at the UN World Summit in 2020 that the reorientation of current education is outlined as key to sustainable development. Education for Sustainable Development, ESD, promote development of the knowledge, skills, understanding, values, and actions required to create a sustainable world, which ensures environmental protection, conservation, and promotes social equality and encourage economic sustainability. The what role education play in sustainable development part 2. The concept of ESD developed largely from environmental education, which has sought to be developed the knowledge, values, attitudes, and behaviors in people to care environment. The aim of ESD is to enable people to make decent activities and actions to improve our quality of life without compromising the planet. It also aims to integrate the values inherent in sustainable development into all aspects and levels of learning. Education for Sustainable Development Goal. And what are the goals to include education? Be embedded in the curriculum in an interdisciplinary and whole institution approach to policy making. Share the values and principles that underpin sustainable development. Promote critical thinking, problem solving, and action, all of which are detailing addressing the challenges to sustainable development. Employ a variety of educational methods such as literature, art, drama, and the process be embedded in the curriculum in an interdisciplinary area and allowing for a whole institution approach to the policy making, and share the values and principles that underpin sustainable development, also promote critical thinking, problem solving, and action, all of which develop confidence in addressing the challenges to sustainable development. Employ a variety of educational methods such as literature, art, drama, and debate to illustrate the presence of the sustainable development goal. And goal of education for sustainable development. What should be the goal? Based on the principle of intergenerational equity and fair distribution of resources and community underlying sustainable development. Promotes a shift in mental models which inform social and economic decisions. And it should be locally relevant and culturally appropriate. It is based on local needs, perception, and conditions, but acknowledge that fulfilling local needs often has international effects and consequences. Engage formal, non-formal, and informal education. Goals of education for sustainable development, part 2. What are the other goals? We should engage formal, non-formal, and informal education collectively. We should promote lifelong learning. We should build civil capacity for community-based development, social tolerance, environmental stewardship, and advocate workforce and quality of life. Is cross-disciplinary and should be. One discipline can be inculcated, all disciplines can contribute to ESG. Uses a variety of pedagogical techniques that promote participatory learning and critical reflective skills. What are the key concepts? The key concepts include the protection of the sustainability at school levels are choice of non-toxic material, reduction and reuse of resources, waste minimization, and the use of life cycle cost analysis. Sustainable practices. This is the important theme of my presentation of today, the how school will adopt the sustainable practices. Number one is active environmental learning. We should include the concept of environment as well as sustainability in our curriculum. Fill your classroom library with books that celebrate amazing facts about the earth and the environment. And students can calculate an average family footprint and study the life cycle of plastic. Example, how it is molded and it is made, processed with chemical, transported long distance and used only for minutes before being discarded. This is the basic knowledge and understanding of the environment, and sustainability will definitely encourage the students to learn more about the sustainable concept at the classroom itself. And we can do the recycling. Recycling is a process where the student just place these items in a craft bin and let your people grow these types of items in a dedicated craft space and let them to build and learn their own works of art, craft while giving a second life to otherwise it should be waste. Recycling can become an enjoyable part of the school curriculum and a valuable practical form of education that engage and entertain pupils. Here we can say the food waste is the biggest occupant of landfills. It emits methane, CH4, a greenhouse gas, many than carbon dioxide, etc. If we are serious about fighting climate change, should be a central focus of any sustainable development program at the school level. Vermicomposting, warm bins, asking our parents to volunteer to add to their home compost, or partnering with a local farm that takes food scraps. Here, how can we reuse? Anytime if you are left with papers with one side blank, like misprints or other reason, put them in your box. Then the next time you have a one-sided blank paper, just take from that file and use the blank side so that you can do the sustainable practice in the school and also recycle the paper itself. And what you can do other thing, code just one statistics in the mining and production of a single laptop. 3116 emissions are generated on an average, all contributing to global warming. Avoiding such a fiscal and physical carbon dioxide sacrificing quality is to purchase remanufactured laptop. This is the best solution to use the sustainable practice in educational institutions. Other thing is that start advocate zero waste at school events. Always opt for packaging that is fully recyclable, recycle content. Also look for items with the least amount of pre-condiment dispensers over individuals package. Consider bulk purchase with compostable and or wrappers, which will in turn be able to be reused in crafting activities. Here is I must stop sharing my presentation. Here just Kritik sir, can you stop sharing from your end because you have given me a say? Yeah, here I'm stop my sharing. So I would like to advocate the sustainability at the school level and at all and each and every education level from primary to higher secondary. We have to adopt the sustainable practices at school as well as in corporate sector. We can minimize our energy use. We can minimize this carbon dioxide waste and emission, and we can reduce all the waste products in from the earth, and so that we can protect our environment as well as we can give the teaching and training of the sustainable practices from beginning to the each and every student of the school and classroom. This is the concept of the theme and the sub theme of today, because how we support the kingdom of Atlantic to do a sustainable work practices. This is my suggestion for the school education department. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable. And that is why I shared that you are the very inspiring sister, because in spite of having technical glitch and so many things, you didn't give up. Even you just share whatever you prepare, and that was really a very productive information indeed. Thank you so much, Honorable, for being with us. We really feel honored to have you. So move on to the next speaker. My dear Honorable, all the speaker, please do respect on time because more speaker come up. Okay, move on to the next speaker of today. And she is the president of Peel College of Professional Studies. She is none other than Ms. Chitralekha Patnis, all the way from Canada. She will talk about SDG 4. So, my dear Honorable, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Namaste, Sat Sri Akal or Adab from Canada. I am Chitralekha Patnis, and I'm owner and president of Peel College of Professional Studies. And this college is mainly a vocational college where we are giving training in various vocations, and all the graduates graduating from our school have been very successfully employed in industry and helpful to community. I've selected this topic of quality of education basically because I believe the community development and the nation's development is based on education. If you impart a right kind of education, which is useful to community, definitely a country, wherever you are living, it will grow and it will improve. Now, let's start with the definition of education. I know till today, a lot of people have learned different kind of definitions for education, but I would like to give you a small, simple one. Education is about learning skills and knowledge so that these skills are useful to community and society, and definitely, of course, to your life. The another one is quality. What is quality? Now, variety of definitions, you will get it on social media, but what exactly the quality, how we define and how I feel that what is best quality, meeting and exceeding customer satisfaction. Now, who are our customers? Students are our customers. Now, to impart a right kind of quality of education and to improve a quality of education in general, now we have a lot of ingredients involved in that, because the first ingredient in quality is students. Now, taking students for any program, the first of all, the people, the organization, administrators and counselors, they look into the inclination of a student, what program he or she is intending and he is interested to do. I have seen in my life that many students, they have been taking admission in different programs because their parents are saying to take that course, or sometime a counselor is saying that you take this program, but basically they do not want to do it. They are doing it for somebody else. My friends, no, this is not the right way. See that what kind of skills you have and opt that skill, opt that line for higher education, whatever education you take, because the quality which you are going to provide to community, to industry will be the best. I have seen a small experience I would like to share in terms of this. I have seen in my life some time back, we had a student, she came to my school and she said that because a personal support worker, it is a small program of assistant nursing and it gives a lot of job opportunities. Madam, we would like to have this kind of course and I would like to take admission in this program. Now, what happens is, looking at that lady, I can see that she was decorated from top to bottom. And I think that I told her that you are not eligible for this program because helping patients, helping community is a different idea. You cannot have nails painted and nothing wrong in that. But the structure for helping a nursing facility and helping people is totally different. You are going to learn this skill to help community. I think that you are misfit. And unfortunately, that student took admission in PSW program and she was unsuccessful and she is blaming XYZ. Now, the foremost thing for all educational institute is what? See at the time of admission, at the time of entry, the ingredients to improve the quality, see that you are giving you are admitting right student for right program. That is very, very essential. Now, if we'll switch to the another ingredient, the way is, because there's a lot of things we can talk on student input. I know that variety of processes are there to give them admission to the various programs. But in general, a simple words in the time frame which we have been given, see that students like the program. They have an inclination towards the learning that particular skills so that they will be useful to the society. Now, the second part, if you'll see the staff members, those who are teaching that skill to the student, the right staff, right educated staff, and the staff should have industrial orientation. Finally, we are not creating students, those who are totally theoretical. They are going to get employed by organizations. It could be industry, it could be manufacturing, it could be service industry, anything. So see that the teachers, those who are teaching them, have a background of industrial experience and they have a foresight for industrial experience and a community experience. So right appropriate teaching staff and the staff selection, again, it will have an impact on your total education process. Now comes on the curriculum part. Now, curriculum, I always say that curriculum is designed as per the industrial base. Don't design curriculum based on what you know and what you can impart. No, it's not the right way. The right way is that what industry is expecting, what organizations are expecting, what community is expecting. Design the programs and upgrade programs appropriately based on that. And particularly if I tell you in our school as well in Canada, whether school or a college I'm running, we are dealing continuously with the labor department. We sit with the labor department statistics and we see that what skills are employed in market and what skills are in demand. Those kind of programs we are giving. So we are helping community, and that's how we can say that right curriculum for the right time, right curriculum for the right time and right thing. Because we all are going through we all had gone through the COVID phase. We know that what skills are now in demand and what systems and what is in demand. So quality is what that appropriate curriculum based on the requirement. It should be based on requirement of industry. Now, the third one or next part I can say is infrastructure. Now, many people think that there is no need of good infrastructure. No, my friend, infrastructure development is very essential, because when you are calling the students or when you are trying to impart the education to the students, the right ambience and the right facility is to be given to them. If you see the right library, the right ambience and the right facility which is given in infrastructure, that makes them happy to accept whatever the knowledge has been transmitted to them, the receiving is much better. That is again a very important, and infrastructure doesn't mean only the library or classroom. According to me, the infrastructure also has an component of, do you have any extracurricular activities? That I say that it is very essential with the mental growth, whatever you are trying to study. If you have some kind of extracurricular activities like a dancing, singing, swimming, horse ride, I'm not saying all of them, but see that the educational institute should have these kind of infrastructure. Apart from the student, there's a learning the skills, training everything, learning education, or whatever skills they are learning, they should have these kind of things, facilities also available in the organization. They should feel free and at home, that they should feel like coming every day to the college or a university or educational institute where they are happy, where they are satisfied. And once you have the right kind of infrastructure, then I can say that the entire education process is going on appropriately with these small ingredients, there are a lot of ingredients what we can talk about. But again, the couple of few important ingredients are student satisfaction. We pay a lot of importance to the student satisfaction, because the student, those who are learning from your organization, are they satisfied with the instructions given by the instructor? Are they satisfied with the infrastructure which we are offering to them? Those are, the student satisfaction is always a very important. And particularly, we do take feedback after every module from students, whether you are satisfied with the instructor, the mode of instructions, and the more ambience of the organization, the ambience of the room, because that will help them to be happy and learn what they want to do. And once they become the graduate, they have been employed by the various organizations in their respective fields. Now, we also take feedback from the industry. We have been talking to industry that our graduates have been employed in your organization. They have done internship in your organization. And are you happy? What changes you want us to do in our curriculum? And those continuous, this is a complete process of education. If you want to improve a total education, in short, that a total quality of education has a lot of components in this, that they have been, the students are rightly employed. I told you in the beginning that student, if they choose a wrong program, they are not acceptable by community, they are not successful in their fields. So these kind of things we have to take care. At the same time, the industries also sometimes, they also give us feedback that the student, those who are coming to us from your school or from the various colleges, they lack these kind of skills. So we try to improve those skills, and we closely work with this labor department and statistics of what kind of skills are available, because the entire country is dependent on the quality of education and the qualified, skilled worker of your country. And that will enhance and that will support you to improve the quality of country, a quality of education, quality of life. That is really, really very important. And this is a very large topic for quality of education. I can speak on a number of hours, but there are a variety of components involved in that starting a class on time, so finishing your class in appropriate time, proper presentation, so many things. But in general, if you see the right student for right program, right staff for teaching the right students, and the appropriate infrastructure, and see that students are satisfied. See your customers. Who are your customers? Your students are your customers. They should be happy. It is very important that they are happy. And the last one is industrial feedback. And the industry says that you have done an excellent job by training these kind of skills and these kind of people. So this is how the quality is improved. And in nutshell, I would like to say that if any kind of skills are various skills. I do not want to say that skills are only engineering, medicine, law, or chartered accountant, or no. Skills are many skills. I have been training many women for different kind of skills. Skills are knitting, learning, singing, dancing, web designing, IT, small, various skills. We have lots of skills, and those skills to be imparted in appropriate manner, and they have been taught in appropriate manner, so that these people are able to employ, or these people are able to become a women entrepreneur or an entrepreneur, so that they can earn their livelihood, and they are contributing to community. They are contributing to society. So quality of education is a very important topic. And I always like to say that every country should focus on education by different focusing on different components of quality, and focus it very thoroughly, so that the skilled manpower is useful to the country. So thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I tried my best to share my view.
Such a productive discussion. Brother Pratik, you can say some words like this kind of powerful.
See, I always admire Chitralekha ma'am. Inspiration for all of us.
Thank you.
Yeah,
great
we don't want only education.
To the point and well experienced points. I must
Exactly.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, we don't want only education. We want the quality education that actually transform the invest for the nation. Thank you so much for your great, insightful discussion with us, and we're really honored to have you.
Thank you.
Move
Thank
on to
you
the
very
next
much.
speaker.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, my pleasure. Move on to the next speaker of today. So I would like to call another prominent speaker. I'm actually very delighted today because all the prominent speaker, most of they are educator, world celebrity. So it's really honored to announce the next speaker of today. She is the instructional tech coach. She is the SDG ambassador. She is international speaker. So I would like to call Miss Chandani Kinjer all the way from UAE.
Thank you.
The honorable
Thank you so
floor
much.
is yours.
Yes, thank you. I hope I'm audible. Okay,
yes,
perfect.
you are audible, but you are not visible.
Oh. Am I not visible also?
Your slide is visible, but you are not.
Oh my God.
That's great. Now we can see you.
Okay, perfect. So now I think everything is fine. We can go with. Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. And I am really very happy to be here today. And it's really a great platform to share the things what we are doing, especially when we are educators and when we are leaders in education field. And my topic is about SDG 4. And many things have already came from the SDG 4. So it's like, I'll just brief myself and move towards what exactly the content I want to focus on. So currently I am working in UAE and with the year 10 to 13 grade students with the accounting, business and economic subjects. And moreover, this profile that you are seeing on the slide is about what I do other than my school work. So that's something volunteering at different places and participating at different platforms as I am here today. So that's how my journey has started since number of years. Talking about the SDGs again, and yes, SDG 4 is the focus area for me as I'm coming from that background, and I'm here to talk about that. Plan of action for the people, planet, and prosperity. So these are the three criteria that has been put, or these are the three components that has been put forward for all of us in the SDGs. But talking about the whole preamble, if I put forward, that's about all the things bringing together, that is a planet, people, prosperity, peace, and partnership. So when we combine all of them, when we mix match all of them, we complete this puzzle, we find that yes, we can have the sustainable development, we can have the criteria that need to be fulfilled. Okay, so this is a picture that I really admire, because when we were young and when we were studying, actually, we used to see these things that used to come up. That education system needs lots of changes. The education system has lots of loopholes within itself. But as in when we have moved forward, we have seen changes. We have seen the requirements that are being fulfilled. And yes, absolutely what Ms. Chitralekha really mentioned about, Dr. Kalpana mentioned about. So we have drastic changes in what the education we were talking about. Now, initially, the phase was that we were talking about the education itself. But now we see that we need a quality education. The parents have those expectations. The kids have those expectations when they are moving to the schooling or maybe the universities or the colleges. So that's how the things have changed. And I'm just going to focus on how we are putting them. If I talk about the school, if I talk about the universities or schools, that how they have come up with those things and how they are talking about. So that's something under the SDG 4, 0.6 and 7 that I have put it forward. This is the statistics that has came up, and I really know that we all might get the statistics from the sources. Recently, I was just doing one of the research. I was just going through one of the research paper for my further studies that I'm doing now. And it showed us the difference between that, why this has a need arise, that the quality education has become a top priority. As we know that education field or education or the schooling, that's a base that creates all the other professions in the world. So that's something gives us the idea of putting the quality education to the topmost priority all around the world or around the universe. And 21st century skills are something that we all focus, because without this, now the students or we people also cannot survive. So that's something we know, that putting the 21st century skills is a need of an hour, and without that, the existence of the education might become very difficult. If we talk about the corporates also, it's absolutely needed over there also. Talking about the COGS learning cycle, that's something I really want to focus on. I'll take a bit more time over here. We are not giving the education just having a bookish knowledge as we used to have 20 years, 30 years, or 40 years back. And we know that the things have changed to a greater extent. So our curriculums have changed, our systems have changed, our teaching methodologies have changed, pedagogical skills have changed, or the learning theories have changed, the teaching theories have changed, and there has been a change management that we have seen throughout the universities or throughout the schools. So COGS learning cycle has become the age where we have started to implement, considering the Bloom's taxonomy, considering the 21st century skills, where we don't want our students to sit at their desk and learn something. We are bringing them to the face, to the ground. We are giving them the platform to explore themselves. We are giving them an idea that how we need or how we want them to understand the things that are coming up for coming forward. And we want them to prepare for the futures, as Ms. Chitralekha was talking about. We don't want them just to have the bookish knowledge, but yes, we want them to know what is coming up for them in the future, how the life is going to be in future. And this pandemic has actually given us a wider understanding or the eye-opening event that has happened with all of us, that we are not just talking about the theoretical aspects, putting all of the things together. It may be saving the papers, it may be saving the energies, it is taking all the SDGs into consideration if we go back to this 2 number of years where we are talking about the SDGs. So that's something the COLBS talks about, that we have to ensure that where our kids are they talking about the active learning happening there, or is this creating an impact in their lives, or is this bringing them to the life, the learning that is taking place about the life skills that we want them to study. It may be the literacy, it may be the numeracy skills, it may be anything we want them to learn about, or we want them to inculcate at this age, so that in the future, it may be 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years, when they come out of this phase, what is coming out with them, that matters a lot. And from where they come, that actually gives the idea to the industry also, that how the things are coming up, how the things are going on. Okay. 6 thinking hats. I was just thinking about that. Should I put it here or not? But yes, it gave me a thought in my mind that this is something what is needed as of now, that we are not going to be a 1% identity. We will be playing a different roles, and based on those different roles, we need to think about, or we want our students to think about, that what the things that they have to tackle when they enter into the real world or enter into the real market or the industries. So when we are talking about the life skills, when we are talking about the sustainable skills, when we are talking about the globalization, we want them to think about all these aspects. We want them to understand that what is needed as of now, what is the thing that they have to understand in the current scenario, so that they can survive in the competition that comes up in the future in front of them. Because if they miss something now, there is a competition. There are other students who are already preparing themselves for the future of work, or for the future that is coming up for them. So we cannot compromise at all with the different roles that we'll have to play in our life in the coming situations. So the things that we do for our school, if I talk about, or if I talk about the universities or the colleges that I have been, maybe as a part of any of the reasons. So I have seen few things that I have came up, that how the schools or the universities or the educational institutions, they are putting this activities together, or we can say this programs within the campus for the students open, so that students will not only be focusing on the bookish knowledge, or they will not be just be focusing on what is the requirement for clearing their assessments or passing on their projects, or maybe going through the competitive exams or entrance exams. So what can be done beyond that is necessary, and how we are developing them, and that is a really important part when it comes to the educators, or when it comes to the school management, that how they are bringing up their kids when they are there. And these are the activities that I have seen. And talking about specifically a business club, which I'm leading in my school. So recently we have a project submissions by the students done today, and tomorrow we have competitions for them, that we have asked them to focus on two we can say two aspects, that is sustainability and mobility. So keeping these two components together, or maybe individual, they have to come up with some projects or some ideas about maybe the products or services or something, and they will have to give overall understanding what is the business plan if they put that product or services into business, how they are going to finance, how they are going to market their products, how they are going to manage the financial data. So we have actually asked them to undertake this whole project. It's absolutely for them, and it's by them. So it's something which we are giving them a school leadership rules, that yes, student leadership platform, which is open for all the students. And moreover, we had certain activities where we asked them to talk about the cryptocurrency. We asked them to talk about the bitcoins and all those things as a part of cryptocurrency. We had the debates and all those happening there, which actually gave them also a stage to speak and to come up with the points what they have there in their minds. So that's something is what we are expecting when we talk about the quality education, what we are talking about the sustainable development, or even we had, I led one of the project that was there in my school about the digital citizenship, where we wanted them in collaboration with the Google We wanted them to understand how the digital footprints are being created, or how whatever they post or whatever is coming up for them on the social media or at any platform, how it is impacting them and their lives and their family members many of the time. So it's something, a collaboration of the real life examples with the theory that we want them to understand. So that's how we are creating a balance between the different activities, making them, even in my school, if I talk about again, we have maths club, which talks about the numeracy and literacy in a different way with some activities or the projects coming up. So this is how we want them to understand. And if I talk about my AS and A-level students, so we are sending them for the industrial experiences also. So if they go and work in an industry or in a company for maybe 15 days or 1 month, we give them that certificate, or we give them that on the letterhead that, okay, this student has visited this or worked for this number of this period of time for the industry or the company. And when they apply for the college or for the universities, they get this as an additional benefit from the school attested and all those things. So that's actually creating an impact for those students also who are really admired to get at some better positions in future, and especially in better schools, better colleges or universities. So that's, we are focusing as an educator that how the things are coming up in future, and how as an educator we can make it sure that the things are going well with them. So thank you so much, everyone. I'll just stop sharing my screen. That's it. Thank you so much, everyone.
Well, thank you so much for your constructive discussion. Trust me, we need this kind of educator for our future generation, because as I said earlier, that you are the change maker who just bring the positive vibes, who bring the positive power to the student. Look, you are focusing on so many things, what I noted, but that what I really like, that is 21st century. All right. You are focusing on the 21st century skills, that is for 6C. And yes, this is what required right now. And you are just introducing those with us actually. So you also focus on some other things like 6 thinking hats that you are thinking that you will add or not, but yes, that was another one. So very picking up and very takeaway things I ever get. So you also focus on some co-curriculum activities. Yes, apart from the study, yeah, we all are doing some our education is a part of our life. We are focusing on that. Yes, we will have to be a topper, have to get a good marks, high CGPA, blah, 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 blah. At the same time, you have to have another passion apart from your study. And you have to work on that to get the identity, to get some, to give some positive vibes towards others, focusing on that. Yes, I did that. Why not you? I did this kind of, I have this kind of knowledge, so I want to share with you. So this is the way the educational transformation going on. And you are the true educator who actually practice to make the practice to the students. Please do that this kind of way. And you will always appreciate the students. This is the way you can change your life. This is the way you can do your study. And this is the way you can be a good human being. So thank you so much for your constructive discussion once again. And we are really honored to hear from you. So move on to the next, as we are running out, but ours, actually, we really want to hear more and more. So without further ado, I would like to announce the next speaker today. I don't know if she is available right now or not. Yes, I think she is not with us. So I would like to call another change maker. And because I said earlier, they are the global celebrities. So without further ado, I would like to call Ms. Kushum Turan, who is the PhD Computer Science, DPS, and all the way from India. So my dear Honorable Kushum, ma'am, please, floor is yours.
Is my screen visible? Am I audible?
Yes, visible and audible. Perfect.
All right. So good evening, esteemed organizers and fellow educators. Thank you, Dr. Pratik and dignitaries of Kingdom of Atlantis for this wonderful platform. I'm Kusum from India. Being an educator, I'm here today to speak about Global Goal 4, Quality Education for All. It ensures inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. That is the mission statement. I would like to begin here by saying that everyone has right to education, irrespective of age, caste, creed, gender. And everyone has right to hope for quality education. So here I am supporting Global Goal 4, and being an educator, I'm doing so from past 22 years. These are the targets associated with it. And in today's session, I'm going to highlight some of the facts that relates to 4.5 and 4.7, which says gender disparities and equal access to education and knowledge and skills for sustainable development. In the past 2 years, all educators across the globe have worked to the best of their abilities or even beyond to ensure quality education. But it worked only for those who had digital devices and internet connectivity. So pandemic has clearly shown that there is a visible wide gap of digital divide and social inequality. So as we see in pandemic, we have seen, and it's become evident that yes, we were working hard as educators, but what about who thought about those who were living in the slum areas, who were living very close to us? So this is a scenario which is visible. Like if we are staying, we have slum areas associated just next to the high-rise buildings. So we had all the facilities, we had internet, but what about these people and their kids? So this is some of the things which we must take care when we are dealing with this goal. Now, if I had all the things, so these were, I want to go back again. So these were some of the challenges we face as a common person. If I'm an educator, I'm not talking about the policies or the politicians, what are the policies being set. I want to talk here as an educator, which I am facing. So when I see next to across the road, some of the things which are not similar as I have it, then I find it social inequity, lack of resources, lack of immediate schemes, lack of decision-making by the local government, and digital divide. So this is the scenario. Now, if it begins with me as an educator, do I have that kind of a mindset or willingness to bring the change? Do I have time and resources or support from my employers or community? So these are the challenges which I face as an educator when I look for a quality education, or when I look for social inequality, or when I look for bridging the gap of social digital divide. So I have these challenges with me. I'm working as a full-time employee, but then do I have that kind of resources, rights, or facilities? Or will my employer appreciate that? Will my employer adjust with the circumstances if I take that kind of a mindset? So these are some of the existing challenges which I face. Despite that, and despite providing a lot of IT support to my school, I did take little bit of extra effort with one laptop, where after 2 o'clock it was free. So I used that one laptop to at least start up with 5 children of my domestic help to give them the IT education. Let me tell you, these children were so well versed with their skills. If only they needed was a device. So they needed only a device and little bit of guidance, and they could do as much as the children that I teach in my regular school. So this is the small initiative I started during the pandemic to bridge up the digital divide. Also, I would like to stress up here is why I took this. We talk of SDGs, but then when we talk of it, we have to bring them in action ASAP, as soon as possible. And we have to bring them in action from where we are to our nearby communities. So if I'm staying in a high-rise building, just next to my high-rise building, there is a slum area. So we have to approach them. Seeing these facts in mind, I would like to bring up the approach which can bring up the social, which can bridge up a bit a social inequality or digital divide, is the community-based learning. I would like to stress up here. So community-based learning is a teaching strategy that bridges academic theory and real-world practice. It promotes learners' academic learning and civic development while simultaneously addressing real-world problems, community needs, and interest. Simply, I would like to say is, if I have the facilities and amenities, I have to extend those facilities or even share or think of sharing those facilities with the people who are living across the road in slum area. So some of the initiatives that can be taken up under the community-based learning is like museums, human libraries, sharing libraries, time banks, food banks, and so on. So these are some of the strategies that we can adopt to bring community-based learning. And of course, for them, we have to develop the skills. These foster the skills of solidarity, humanity, mutual help, and common good of community members' well-being. And then it aims at sustainable peace. So even in our education system, when we are teaching our children, a lot of schools are bothered about the results, the top rankers, the 98%, 99%, 100%. But how many schools are teaching like we have to work on these skills like solidarity, humanity, and these were the skills which worked the best in the pandemic. So this is what I want to say. Instead of focus or rote learning, if we can even include as an integrated curriculum these skills in our curriculum. So as my fellow educator also mentioned, yes, if we bring in the community-based learning, then we can strengthen something like people, planet, and prosperity, which are the sustainability's triple bottom line. And we can look for the active participation of people, of students that we are teaching in our school. And if we can, what basic idea I want to say it, if we can link somehow the children that we are teaching in high schools to the children who are living in slum area, how can we just make them work together? We can think of evening schools, we can think of some bridging of, something to bring them together so that the sharing happens, and then we are able to bridge up or bring up a cohesive community. Another action we should take off is we should allow youth for SDG 4. Now, the idea for creating SDG 4 Youth Network was born out of the recognition that young people are key partners and actors in creating a better future for all through education in their countries and communities, and should have an equal seat at the decision-making table. So youth should be involved in all the decision-making and policies related to education, because they have gone through or they have faced the issues or learning issues. So they are change makers. They are very well and active change makers, and they can play a critical role here. Also, if we can just adopt a simple strategy and we can inculcate in our school curriculum, each one teach one. So this is very important. Another approach that I want to talk about here is the humane library. Now, I would like to especially talk about humane library approach to bring cohesion in the society. And this approach can be a starting point to the solutions for many SDGs, not just SDG 4. I'm working on SDG 3, and this works very well there. Now, what is humane library? Is the library where people are available to talk and share about their issues. So if such a thing happen, and it can help us to remove prejudice, stigma, discrimination, because of lifestyle, diagnosis, belief, disability, social status, ethnic origin. So this humane library is a place where humans are available, where they can available to talk, to share things, and where it lets you open your thought processes, maybe. So it is one of the important platforms, especially when we think that there is a problem of communication. So the objective of Humane Library is to create safe space for sharing and caring, to create an unjudged space and neutralize any adverse situation, to create an opportunity to speak their stories that hold them back, which they feel should not be spoken but need to be spoken, to bring about social change by bringing together the people with diverse mindsets. Could be a refugee, bipolar, an artist, an unemployed, transgender, or an alcoholic. So it's a platform, and this is catching up in our social network also. So this is a good platform of sharing and caring. Now, in the end, I would just like to conclude by saying few sentences. All of us have gathered here on this platform as global citizens. We stand here today on the threshold of multiple changes that are sweeping whole of humanity. Like never in history, we are the generations experiencing extremes of climate change, pandemic, social inequalities. At this stage where human existence is at stake, we have two choices: to stand up or surrender or perish. My dear fellow citizens, our coming together today is an evidence that we will stand up, we will not surrender, and we shall not perish. So coming together again, sharing and taking the action at the most is important and is key to every SDG. Thank you so much. I would like to share my Padlet link here at the end. So anybody, I'm initiating this project of Humane Library. If anybody would like to join in with me, most welcome. It will be shared on the WhatsApp group. You can just take the link from there, and you can leave your details there to be in touch with me. Thank you so much.
Wow, such a great and impactful discussion. Yes, we want to be a part of the Human Library because we can turn over the huge population into the human power and the investment of the nation. So yes, ma'am, yeah, all the discussion focus on very positive vibes as well as and very reality-based topic and discussion. And yes, if we think about this way, I think our total activities will be another one. And yes, we have to think, we have to follow this kind of thing before we have to implement this, because we always focus on the majority, I mean, who get the main benefit and ultimate benefit. We are not focusing on who are not get that. So we have to think about who are not get that and how can we implement some things and some rules and regulation, even some of the activities, even it would be the humanitarian activities, to make them comfortable and get the basic needs as their livelihood, as the education, as some other things. Thank you so much, Honorable, for sharing your beautiful speech. Hope to we will be a part of Human Capital and your organization ahead, inshallah. And
please
yes,
go ahead.
Best wishes for the project. So best of luck for that.
Thank you. Please join my Humane Library. The link is on the chat window. Please take it from there.
Yeah, sure.
You can leave your details there and I'll get in touch with you.
That's great. Thank you so much, Honorable.
Thank you.
So move on to another speaker of today. And I must say, he is the most inspirational and influential leader indeed. Maybe you are thinking that how can he improvise all his knowledge, abilities towards the nation? So without further ado, I would like to focus. He is the ODF man and the Green Ambassador, Sustainable Development Goals Warrior, founder and the president of Green Care Society. He is none other than our honorable, respected speaker of the today, Dr. Vishnunath Panigrahi, all the way from India. Sir, floor is yours.
Hello. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, perfect, sir.
I am audible. May
Yes,
I start now, sir?
Yes, honorable. You can start.
Okay. I, Dr. Vishnunath Panigrahi, comes from Chhattisgarh state of India. And before speaking on my topic, I pay my humble salutation to people of Chhattisgarh by saying Jai Johar. Jai Johar, it is a humble salutation word paying to each other, to people of Chhattisgarh. And further, we also tell that Chhattisgarhiya sabse badhiya. It means the people of Chhattisgarh are very nice. This slogan is recognize, telling, and hearing we are. So now I am saying Jai Johar, Chhattisgarhiya sable badhiya, and I today this is the best respect. Now my very humble good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all moderators, speakers, especially to Dr. Pratik Rajan sir, KOA Kingdom of Atlantis, and total team to give me this opportunity in the global platform to speak, to say something regarding the SDG 6, water, clean water and sanitation. Sir, I am Dr. Vishnunath Panigrahi, social and environment activist, ODF man, Green Ambassador, SDG warrior, founder and president of Green Care Society India. I have been working in the field of climate action, sanitation, clean and green environment, social work, educational, health, humanity and peace since 1980. I have participated more than 3,000 programs and received 2,000 plus more awards, recognition and honor, including Governor Awards, Governor of Chhattisgarh, from Governor of Chhattisgarh, Honorable Anusuya Uike, ma'am. And also I have an international award, Friendship Award in the year 2018 in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, from His Excellency Prince of Malaysia. I met with eminent personalities like former President APJ Abdul Kalam sir, former PM Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, Chhattisgarh Governor Honorable Anusuya Uike, former Governor Sri KM Seth, former CM Sri Ajit Jogi, Dr. Raman Singh, and present Chhattisgarh CM Sri Bhupesh Baghel, and many ministers, officials, and dignitaries globally. I have visited many places in India and abroad to spread views and activities in environmental, social, humanitarian, health, literacy, and nation building. I collaborate and work with different organizations like United Nations, UNESCO, UNDP, UNEP, WEO, WEC, GEF, and other. In the year 2009, when United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon called for Seal the Deal, I took very active participation through our organization Green Care Society India with the support of the student and institution of public higher secondary school Bagbara, Gurukul Kosrangi, NMA School Bagbara, Iswari Vidya Mandir, Pratibha School Bagbara, Director MD Rupesh Goyal, Bagbara, student, staff and village people of Patparpali Brahmandi Koma Khan under the guidance of Vijay Kumar Sharma and Haji Abdul Razak Bhai. R.P. Dubey, Kumari Chandrakar. They have given us the best participation and support to us, and we have, along with our members, we have traveled the east coast from Jagannath Puri to west coast Gujarat. We have organized the seal and deal program in the 7 states of India, and we prepared our report and projects, and it was sent to in the year 2009 to Copenhagen Global Warming Climate Change Summit through our Honorable Agriculture Minister, Mr. Chandrasekhar Sahu. Today, in this prestigious global conference, my topic is SDG 6, Clean Water and Sanitation. Sir, before coming to my topic, I'd like to submit my one suggestion. In this conference and prior to this conference, in another conference related to the United Nations, COO and Director of our organization, Green Care Society, Mr. Amujuri, he has suggested 4R methodology. 4R, it means reuse, reduce, recycle, and fourth is repeat. These all activities should be repeated. Similarly, today, I think, sir, if I am not wrong, I think that United Nations has decided 17 goals. The goal number 6, clean water and sanitation subject I am going to speak. But sir, I feel that there is no independent goal regarding the sky. All the goals are independent subject, and sky is the sky and space. These all are very important, and there is no separate goal for sky and space. While it is the important between the important 5 elements, and in our Ramcharitmanas, it is also guided us. Khiti jal pavak gagan samira panch charchit yah adham sarira. It means the sky is very important between the 5 elements. So I request your kindness, Honorable Moderator Sir, Honorable Dr. Patik Sir, please convey or send my this proposal to United Nations to think over it and to decide a separate goal for the for sky and space for the balance of environment. Now, I like to come to my topic, SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. If we think of life, water comes second to oxygen. We can't imagine life without air and water. There is close interaction among jal means water, jungle, forest, jameen, land, jan means human being, and jantu it means wildlife, which is inseparable. We are forgetting our ancient, but it is matter of very unfortunate that we are forgetting our ancient knowledge, which says that forest gives water, water gives food, and food sustains life. We have been also told about the righteous use of water and its conversion by our forefathers. But it is very matter of very unfortunate that we have never paid heed to them. Our activities have led to the decline in the flow of streams, rivers, pollution of water bodies, depletion of groundwater, inadequate rainwater harvesting, contamination of groundwater, etc. In short, we are marching fast towards water crisis. As per one UN report, the population of Earth will become 9 billion in a few years, and by 2030, about half of it will face shortage of water. 1 billion people will suffer from lack of access to potable water, and this will lead to a new struggle for water. Scientists and water experts and activists foresee that the next world war will be fought over sharing of water. So my request is, please save water, conserve water, make the best use of water, every drop of water. So now I will take a little time, sir. Sustainable Development Goal 6 is about clean water and sanitation for all. It is one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals established by the United Nations General Assembly in 2015, which should be completed by 2030. So now there are many challenges. I will talk regarding challenges for this SDG 6. Impact of COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has greatly affected the urban poor living in the slum with the little or no access to clean water. The pandemic has shown the importance of sanitation, hygiene, and adequate access to clean water to prevent diseases. According to the World Health Organization, hand washing is one of the most effective action one can take to reduce the spread of pathogens and prevent infection, including the COVID-19 virus. Climate change is the next threat. Climate change is a major challenge in the attainment of Sustainable Development Goal 6 on clean water and sanitation for all. Pollution through fossil fuels have resulted to contamination of water, undermining access to clean water and causing climate change, that is altering the weather patterns, increasing drought in some areas and floods in other areas. So now, before concluding my speech, I very humbly I would like to bring the matter to the knowledge of all participants, moderators, speakers, and KOA Kingdom of Atlantis, that I want to remember the of our Honorable Prime Minister, who has delivered his speech on COP26 Glasgow, Scotland. He has given a life mantra, a five point Panchamrit. Honorable Narendra Modi sir, our Prime Minister, he has given a life mantra, life formula, lifestyle for environment. And PM Honorable Narendra Modi presented 5 Amrit, Panchamrit, which is called Panchamrit, and I am very quickly describing that. Amrit number 1, first, India. This is the determination and declaration of our Honorable Prime Minister, was he has decided and declared in the COP Glasgow summit. First,
the honorable, sorry to interrupt, please round up. We are running out.
Okay, sir. Okay. First, India will bring its non-fossil energy capacity by 500 gigawatt by 2030. Second, by 2030, India will fulfill 50% of its energy requirement through renewable energy. Panchamrit number 3, India will cut down its net projected carbon emission by 1 billion ton from now until 2030. Sir, this point is very important, that at the time when Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi was addressing in Glasgow, exactly at that time, the Panchamrit number 3, formula number 3, started in our country, India. So this is very important, sir. Now, fourth, by 2030, India will bring down carbon intensity of economy.
Hello, sir.
Okay,
please come to the conclusion. So sorry. Come to the conclusion.
Okay.
We have
By
lots of
2070.
all are waiting, sir.
Okay.
All are waiting.
India will get in net zero. Thank you very much, sir. Honorable Dr. Pratik Rajan, sir. I express my sincere greetings to give me this chance in this prestigious global conclave. Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And Jai Johar, Jai Chhattisgarh, Chhattisgarhia, Sable Badiya. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable, for your quoted and very informative discussion. You have quoted a number of person and number of information, and we are really honored to have you and to listen from you. Thank you so much. So move on to the next speaker. And I would like to call another international celebrity, because all the teachers are educators at the global celebrity. So move on to the next celebrity of today. She is an educator, she is the international speaker. So without further ado, I would like to call the academic coordinator, the Rima Suneja, all the way from India. So Honorable Rima Suneja, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you make me the host, please?
You can share your PPT. Hello. Okay. Please don't exceed. You have 10 minutes allotted. Thank you.
So my screen is visible to all?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay.
Make it full screen. Make it full screen.
Sure,
Okay.
sure, sure. Greetings. I'm Rima Suneja, an academic head at JKG International School, India. I want to start by saying thank you for giving me this opportunity of being in the presence of such great speakers. As you know, that 287 million people are illiterate in India, and this is 37 of the global total. Every 11th child in India is a victim of child labor. Over 10.1 million kids are working in various industries to support their families. Less than half of India's children between the age of 6 to 14 go to school. Over the 1/3 of children who enrolled in grade 1 reached the grade 8, and at least 35 million children aged 6 to 14 years do not attend school. 53% of the girls in the age group of 5 to 9 years are illiterate. And don't you think so that this ratio declined during pandemic? So to solve this issue, there is fourth goal of SDG, which is quality education. So how is the goal can be the solution, and what are the targets set under the goal? How India is working for this, and most important, what you can do. Goal number 4, ensure inclusive and adequate quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Education is a stand-alone goal and is also an explicit priority under several other goals. Quality is at the center, and there are dedicated targets on equality, qualified teachers, as well as safe learning environment. So the 2030 agenda recognizes that primary education is far from enough in today's world and includes targets on pre-primary, secondary, vocational, tertiary education, as well as youth and adult literacy and numeracy. Target 4.1 by 2030 ensure that all girls and boys complete free, equitable and quality primary and secondary education leads to relevant and effective learning outcomes. This target on the completion of quality primary and secondary education should be considered the universal minimum standard for education beyond 2015. The commitment to free education is central and perquisite for the universal completion of primary and secondary education. It is also important reaffirmation of the right to education. Equitable education should be understood as all children having the right to an education of the same quality, regardless of gender, socioeconomic background, location, or any other characteristics. Education is a process of facilitating learning or the acquisition of knowledge, skills, values, beliefs, and habits. As an education imparting body should focus on quality education, then quantity education. Quality education entails issues like appropriate skill development, gender partly, educational materials and resources. We at JKG International School always strive to ensure education for all, starting from basic education. Through the experiential learning process, we not only cater to those their need of knowledge and skills, but we also enable them explore, enjoy, and experience with their learning journey. We greatly support the idea of quality education and hence believe that education should reach to the desirable ones. Keeping this in mind, we have so far admitted many RTE students who are happy to receive knowledge and skills along with the important exposures. Experiential learning is what we need in today's time and also should cherish as it provides a platform to the learners to learn from their own experiences. This is a program or a teaching method which allows the children to get involved in their learning process effortlessly. With hands-on learning, they get concepts easily and are able to retain them in their minds for a longer period of time. I am glad that due to introduction of NEP 2020, we and our learners will benefit out of this new effective program. According to CBSE, experiential learning should be followed with utmost sincerity for the betterment of our future leaders. I appreciate CBSE for taking the remarkable step towards empowering the learners. Our school has taken a remarkable step in the field of integrated experiential learning program. I am feeling immensely connected to share our contribution towards experiential learning. We have experimented this methodology since 6 years and concluded that learners prefer to learn by doing rather than just learning just listening and gets communicated. From past 3 years, we have scored a higher note by influencing experiential learning with integrated concepts, which give birth to our own program. We believe in making real connections to make the concepts more fun and easy to our curriculum is based on generated resource learning pedagogy. This type of pedagogy increases the level of engagement as it makes the learning experience more personalized. Not only students, but this pedagogy also allows teachers to go deeper with their plans so that they can include different techniques of mindfulness. We take the opportunity to review our set curriculum so as to make it learner friendly. Learners are always happy to explore and experience varied concepts. Activities like molding, show and tell, cooking up creative stories can enhance the involvement in the classroom. Sensory activities should be included to help them enhance their sensory skills, and that can again be accomplished with integrated learning. Then it becomes a piece of cake for them to understand what is going on around them. Nature activities like scavenger hunt, locality cleaning, taking surveys can immense help them building up confidence, trust, and level of knowledge. Moving around in open spaces, creating open classrooms can prove to be a boon for our future leaders. Every school has their own piece of land to offer to the children as a good tool of learning. Like every other pedagogical tool, the school and its campus can also be a pedagogical tool. How children can have the liberty to learn from every nook and corner. Learning should be continuous and not be restricted only to the classroom. Whole of the campus can provide the environment to the learners. Kinesthetic learning is very helpful these days. Today the learners can more active and more engaging rather than we were in our times. For them, learning can be more interesting. If we go on our rote learning age old processes, kinesthetic activities can easily be used for integrated 2 or more concepts. These hands-on activities include available and immaterial resources like various senses, space, and movement, as nothing can cost as much. They can learn more with their bodies, and just not only from the text, but also having the real experience of what a body is consisted of. And I guess that will leave a great impression on their minds. Subject knowledge is, when integrated in a multidisciplinary way, it makes the learning process more engaging and effective. Starting the day with their high vibration activities can instantly bring their own senses completely into the pool of learning. Once they get charged up in the directions, they can absorb to knowledge effortlessly, and they can retain the knowledge for a longer period of time. Usage of various tools like play, mathematical kits, games to teach concepts, these all can benefit their learning for a longer period of time. In our school, we have experimented and we have achieved the appreciation from parents and students. So it is highly recommended that bags should be lighter, then their mind should be heavier. When we make them learn integrated subjects, our focus should never be on one subject. Let them learn the concepts and not to force them to tag each concept as per the subjects. They just need to have the knowledge, skills, and experience. And when we are following such integrated approach, I do not think bags should be loaded and textbooks of different subjects should be needed. There is no use of having a long list of textbooks. For teachers, tackling or handling students of any grade is easy, but understanding their need and level is an art which can be achieved by the teachers by simply reviewing their teaching plans personally. They get in touch of learners every day for 4 to 5 hours, which helps them to understand their level. So each of their plans should be included certain elements like what, why, and how, and what they are doing in the classrooms. What is what? This should have the topics or concepts to be taught, and why should include the teaching objectives, and how should explain the process of execution of particular subjects or topics that to be taught in the classroom. I have always found that the best way to improve an educational experience is to work together. So when we encourage a learner to collaborate from a very tender age, we contribute towards their future success. Learning becomes more effective when we collaborate it with other sources of people. At the end, so do you want to live in the world with educational opportunities available to all, and what you can do for it? So I firmly believe that this change in education sector can bring about global development. Our learners will be our future leaders, and for making them ready for the competitive work, we have to cater to their needs by giving them the right education, knowledge, skills, and experiences. As long as they explore and experiment and enjoy, they will definitely learn more than to expect them. This whole education system should be happy to have such a revolutionary time ahead. Thank you so much for giving me a chance.
Thank you, Honorable, for your great presentation. Are you
you.
okay? Are you okay?
Yeah, actually, I'm not feeling well.
Yeah. In spite of having such kind of like unwell condition, you are sharing your words very fluently. That's really inspiring for us. And we are really glad to know more information from you. This is really another causes of inspiration. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hope to see you and listen to you more and more for the upcoming session.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Pratik, sir.
My pleasure. Okay, I'll move on to the next speaker of today. So today's next speaker, and I would like to call another emerging youth. He is a student, he is the medalist in social science field, he is international speaker, I must say. So without further ado, I would like to call Mr. Mihail Alexandru, all the way from Romania.
Hello everyone,
so,
do you hear
brother,
me?
floor is yours.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
And also I think you can see my share, right?
Absolutely, just make the full screen. Yeah.
So
perfect.
Let's start. Okay, today I'm talking about affordable and clean energy. First of all, why I choose this subject. One point is the environmental. As you can observe, the pollution is a high level today, and we should find solutions. The next point is efficiency, because every time when we try to do something, we want a high level of success. And the next one, profitability, because Today, we will try to understand some entrepreneurship notions in this area. Now, what is exactly sustainability? One notion can be the quality of an anthropic activity to carry it out without exhausting the available resources, thus compromising the possibility of satisfying the needs of the next generation. Another notion can be the balance between economical growth and environmental protection, and also finding alternative resources. To sum up, we can observe in this diagram is the intersection between people activities, planet resources, and profitability. Now, we have a diagram with the total global primary energy consumption by fuel from 3 years ago. We can see in the top, we have oil, coal, and natural gas. And in the top of the list, nuclear and other renewable and resources, and hydro also. Now, what does clean energy mean? Clean energy is energy gained from sources that do release as pollutants. There is a subtle difference between the energy types that, though they are often spoken of being the same. As we can see in the diagram, we have a lot of renewable energy resources, like from wind, from solar, from biogas, etc. Now, why this topic is so important? First of all, it's about environmental benefit as part of a global energy future. With fuel diversification through different power plants using different energy sources, it's possible to create reliable power supplies to exchange energy security. Now I make a case study in economical part. For this, I'm thinking, which type of country I can choose? I can choose the top, the most developed countries like Germany, USA, but it's not so reliable. Maybe I can choose something from the top of the list, like countries who are not so developed. But I say, let's try to take my country, who is still a developing country, like many other countries in the world. So I make a case study about Romania. For this, I take 3 previous parts of the diagram. So, energy from biogas plant, photovoltaic solar panel, and also the energy from wind turbine. I take the analysis of some parameters from science, like productions in megawatt per hour, and also economical, like cost of installed, price without subsidy, and also estimated receipts. These are the values. And now let's try to understand better this part of math. For this, I take this table with the values, which is with the blue is the worst point, the worst investigation, which is with yellow is the best investigation. As we can see, the winner can be the biogas with 4 yellow good points. And the second can be wind and solar panel. So I think it's an interesting aspect because many people are thinking, okay, solar panel, we have sun, a lot of energy, or wind turbine. But in my opinion, biogas can be a solution because we are a lot of people in the world and we make a lot of consumptions. For this, we have a lot of trash, which is a very good biomass, which produce biogas. To understand better these values, I make some benchmarking and we can see the comparison. Now, if we put in balance disadvantages and advantages, we can see a lot of advantages like efficiency, help with the decarbonization process, and environmental conservation. Also, as every normal natural process, we have some disadvantages like longer time approvals, feasibility study, or higher scores in the first phase. Everybody knows always the first time is the hard way. After, you can do easier. Now, some suggestion and recommendation. So the pollution is the problem. Let's try to make a clean environment. Another thing, from pollution, we have a lot of dangerous things. Let's try to make these disadvantages to advantages. Why not in economical part? So let's try to make beneficial business, like investing in energy, renewable energy. And another thing which is very important, it's a general fact, informing the population. Because let's take maybe example, COVID pandemic, many people in the first phase, they are very confusing about what can I do. So informing population, we can aspire to a better future. Now maybe you are thinking, what can we do to understand easier and also to be more practical? Maybe I don't have enough money to make an investigation. So I take a personal example, Erasmus projects with some economical issues. I was in a one 2 years ago. The topic was about sustainable environmental. There I learning about sustainability, and also I take some good points from there. Also, the most important thing here, it was the workshop, because I understand better what is sustainability exactly, and what is it exactly the energy. Okay, maybe electrical, but also we need another type of energy. Like, for example, using renewable things, we can make tables or chairs which can also be donated after. Or as we can see in this picture, we make a solar house or a hotel for insect for biodiversity. And in the end, I want to finish with a quote of a famous Nobel Prize winner, Dan Shekhmat, which said, "Sustainability requires human ingenuity. People are the most important resource." Thank you for our audience, and if you have questions, I'm ready to answer. Also, I want to thank you for invitation, to congrats the previous speakers, and also to say good luck to the next speakers. Thank you.
Wow. And that is very incredible presentation, and youth is a power, and look at the voice of the youth. Such a great way to discuss, and that is what is needed right now. Thank you so much, the honorable brother. You are doing such a great things. Hope best wishes to you that you will definitely make impact in your society as well as in your country. And we do believe that together we are stronger. Thank you so much for being with us. So move on to the next speaker of today. So I would like to call the next speaker, and she is another, my friend, my sister. Yeah, today's get together of Romania. Most of the speakers from Romania. So yes, one of the global celebrity, definitely the teacher, writer, SDG ambassador. She is none other than loving sister Laura Stenciu, all the way from Romania. So, Sister Laura, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good evening. I am honored to be here at this wonderful event and alongside so many distinguished speakers. And thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I believe I'm audible, right? Is the screen visible? Are the slides moving? Great. So the topic I chose for today is SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. These are the targets of this Sustainable Development Goal. And as you can see, the main issues here deal with what we need versus what we produce and what we waste. Sustainable Development Goal 12, ensuring sustainable consumption and production patterns, promotes increased human well-being while separating economic growth from resource use and environmental degradation. Worldwide consumption and production a driving force of the global economy, rests on the use of the natural environment and the resources in a way that continues to have destructive impacts on the planet, as you well know. Economic and social progress over the last century has been accompanied by environmental degradation that is endangering the very system on which our future development, indeed our very survival, depends. If current consumption and production patterns continue, the planet will need 183 billion tons of material every year by 2050. This is 3 times today's amount, and it is impossible to sustain. You can see here the global material footprint increased from 2000 to 2010. See how much the difference is. There are many aspects of consumption that with simple changes can have a big impact on society as a whole. For example, the global material footprint, an indicator of the pressure put on the environment to support economic growth and to satisfy the material needs of people, grew by 17.4% to 85.9 billion metric tons in 2017 as compared to 2010. And not talking about what is happening right now in 2022. Every year, 4.8 to 12.7 million tons of plastic are dumped into our oceans, and over 40 million tons of electronic waste are generated, increasing annually by 4 to 5%, causing severe damage to ecosystems, livelihoods, and our health. Most of this pollution comes from uncollected and mismanaged plastic waste, particularly from developing economies. These plastics and the many chemicals they contain have impacts on human and marine health, human livelihoods, important economic sectors such as fishing and tourism, climate change, and the potential achievement of a number of sustainable development goals. Because, as you well know, SDGs depend on one another. We cannot have sustainable consumption and production without also thinking about no poverty, no hunger, and good health and well-being. They are all interconnected. Cleaning up the pollution that exists is important, but it is even more vital to drastically reduce the amount of plastic going into the oceans by improving waste collection and management, increasing reuse and recycling, and redesigning products and using alternative materials and business models. Between 5 and 14 million metric tons of plastic trash flow into the oceans from land every year. That is enough coffee cups, cake forks, contact lenses, foam, food containers, beverage bottles, bags, and other plastic waste to cover every inch of coastline from the Arctic to Antarctica every year. It is the same as dumping one garbage truck load of plastic into the ocean every minute. The tens or hundreds of thousands of metric tons of plastic waste floating in the so-called Great Pacific Garbage Patch. So islands made of garbage floating in the ocean contain just a tiny fraction of the plastic estimated to be in the oceans, many of which are microplastics below the ocean surface. Indeed, some use terms such as plastic soup and plastic smog to describe the ocean's conditions. Except for the 12% of plastic that has been incinerated, which usually uses fossil fuels and emits noxious gases, which are also dangerous for the health, every bit of plastic that has ever been made still exists. It is very resistant, it cannot be destroyed that easily. So plastic pollutes the entire water column, from the seafloor to the surface, and is in every ocean and sea, including remote areas far from human habitation, and is even embedded in Arctic sea ice. We need to admit to ourselves that there is no such place as away that plastic waste or another pollution goes to. It is still our home, our planet. This is where we throw the things we don't need, the things we waste, which we shouldn't be wasting. Pollution is the largest environmental cause of disease and premature death globally, responsible for an estimated 9 million premature deaths in 2015. 16% of all deaths worldwide, and 3 times more deaths than AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria combined. And we get to one thing that is wasted in great amounts: food waste. 1/3 of the food produced every year is wasted. Yet food scarcity and food security is a growing concern. In some places, people waste food. In others, they don't have enough to eat. There are two main kinds of wasted food: food loss and food waste. Food loss is the bigger category and incorporates any edible food that goes uneaten at any stage. In addition to food that is uneaten in homes and stores, this also includes crops left in the fields, food that is spoiled in transportation, and all other food that doesn't make it into a shop, into a store. Some amount of food is lost at nearly every stage of food production. Food waste is a specific piece of food loss, which is defined as food discarded by retailers due to color or appearance, and plate waste by consumers. Food waste includes the half-eaten meal left on the plate at the restaurant, food scraps from preparing a meal at home, and the sour milk a family pours down the drain. There are many kinds of food that could be recycled, could be donated, could be turned into compost, could be turned into something that helps the planet instead of just becoming something that we throw away. So what can we do? There are two main ways to help. First of all, reducing your waste, and second of all, being thoughtful about what you buy and choosing a sustainable option whenever possible. Ensure you don't throw away food and reduce your consumption of plastic, one of the main pollutants of the ocean. Carrying a reusable bag, refusing to use plastic straws, recycling plastic bottles are a good way to do our part every day. Making informed purchases also helps. For example, the textile industry today is the second largest polluter of clean water after agriculture, and many fashion companies exploit textile workers in the developing world. If you can buy from sustainable and local sources, you can make a difference, as well as exercising pressure on businesses to adapt sustainable pricing. Educators should also do their part in teaching SDGs. As educators, we must set an example and we must inspire young minds. We must teach our students, our children, our community. We must try to reach as many people as we can in order to work together for the benefit of the earth. It is our duty to do so, to do our part and to empower others to make a change. Fighting for the accomplishment of SDGs should become a main objective in schools and all learning environments. Educators need to shape the minds of the young generations, teach them the meaning and the importance of SDGs for our world and for each community. Those who are now students represent the future of our society, and what will happen to the world is in their hands. And as you can see, the SDGs are connected. And this is how SDG 12 and SDG 4 quality education go hand in hand in order to teach the students and make them aware of what they can do. We need to involve our students. Here you can see some pictures of students taking part in different projects meant to raise awareness about what is happening in the world and what they can do, what their community can do, what their parents can do together. They started by raising awareness, simple things, making drawings, writing poems, and talking to their parents in the community about what they can do. They had classroom presentations, we had plays, theater plays where we invited the parents to watch. Even if we change one person's behavior related to consumption, related to what they use and what they waste, this is one thing that This is one step forward, one thing that we have done to save the planet. We need to motivate, we need to inspire, and we need to empower the learners. Every little action counts. No voice is too small, and no action is in vain. This is what I always try to tell my students. We recycled e-waste. We donated the things that we didn't need in order to help the others, because this is one of the things that we can do in order to stop the extensive production. So buying less and donating the things we don't need instead of throwing them away. We planted trees, and of course we learned about SDGs, about the meaning of each of them and what we can do to help, motivate, inspire, empower, because the future of the world is in the hands of the young generation. And of course, responsible consumption and production is based, in my opinion, on this quote. We buy things we don't need with money we don't have to impress people we don't like. So let's try to think responsibly, to consume as much as we need and not waste anymore, because together we can change the world. Thank you.
Wow, such a powerful message you shared at the end. And I do add this, together we are stronger. Thank you, Honorable. And that what is expected from you, that more informative discussion. And we ever know that how can we utilize this? How can we transform our educational platform to every SDGs that you have shared? Thank you so much. And we are really honored to have you.
Thank you so much.
So move on to the next speaker of today. So thank you so much, all the speakers who still join with us, because your passion is our power. Your passion is all about our strength. Thank you so much. So move on to the next speaker today. So I would like to call the next prominent speaker, Olratwin Sefiu Tayo, all the way from Nigeria. The Honorable, we can hear you. Maybe the technical glitch. The Honorable, we can hear you properly because of the technical glitch. The Honorable, your message is not clear and
we can't hear you. Hello.
Okay, the Honorable Speaker, Olratwin, we can hear you properly. Just check it, your connection. I have to. No. Actually, we can hear you. Okay, my dear Honorable Speaker, please taking care of the technical issue. I will move on to the next speaker right now. We will back to you soon. So, without further ado, I would like to call the next speaker today, and most passionate person, still waiting from the beginning, and I have learned so many things, and still smiling. Look at the spirit, and that what is required. And because you all, the true educator, true personnel, who can, every student, every youth can follow you. Thank you, Honorable. I would like to call the Honorable Mr. Haridas Mukherjee, all the way from India.
Thank you.
Sir, floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me properly?
Yeah, this is perfect, sir.
Okay. Okay. Very good evening and good morning to other parts of the world. Okay. And namaskar. I'm Ambassador Noor Ahmed, sir. Namaskar. Thank you. And Dr. Pratik Ranjan, sir, very good evening. And I, give a huge thanks and congratulations to all of you, the educators, the mentors, the moderators, the speakers, that an amazing presentation today is going on. Really, I am amazing. I am perplexed. You can say I'm very much glad. Okay, it's my honor. Now I will not take too much time. Is it okay? Can you hear me properly? Is okay? Fine. Okay, fine. So can I share my screen? Okay. Yes, I am giving a brief introduction about me. Yes, this is Mr. Haridas Mukherjee, an international educator, a lifelong learner, teacher, mentor, academic coordinator, psychological counselor, and social activist. I have worked in many countries throughout the world, and as because I have a good experience to work with the C-level workers, and I have also done lots of projects when I was in Maldives. So I have chosen the topics live below water, SDG 14, and my goal target is 14.1, to how we can stop the pollution, the marine pollution. Okay, so now I'm sharing my screen. Just uh, is it okay? Is it okay, Noor Ahmed sir? Okay, thank you. Just now I am giving my presentation.
Make it full screen, sir.
Okay. Okay, now it is full screen. Can you hear? Is it okay, sir?
No, it's not full screen. Make it full screen. Yes.
Now it's full screen? Full screen?
Yes, sure. You can proceed with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So, as because the Kingdom of Atlantis has given me a chance to appear for the speech related to the SDG 14, as because I have worked in Maldives, so my topics is life below water. And this is Mr. Haridas Mukherjee is giving the speech, and the target indicator is reduce marine pollution. This is my thought. So, as all of you know, that healthy oceans and seas are, they cover near about 70% of our planet, and we rely on them for food, energy, and water. Yet, we have managed to do tremendous damage to these precious resources. We must protect them by eliminating pollution and overfishing, and immediately start to responsibly manage and protect all marine life around the world. Yes, I have taken lots of projects, lots of assignments of with my students to go into the sea beach, and I have cleaned. We have cleaned lots of the plastics, the plastic bottles, and other so many garbage. So we have tried to reduce the what do you call pollution. And I have seen in Maldives, even the drainage water also comes to the sea after 3 times of filtration. Can you imagine? It's not a matter of joke. It's just like a drinking water. They are throwing the water into the sea. When I asked the student, they told me yes, as because the ecological the balances may be changed or may give some effect. That's why we are throwing the this drainage water after filtration, because lots of colorful fishes and the beautiful sea creatures are present there. And the next, I will suggest you that life below water. Here I can say that the saying playing the sea is looking like it soon may become obsolete. Scientists estimated that over 5 trillion pieces of plastics currently litters our ocean. It is bad news. I have seen before that a previous speaker has shown me an image, the how the plastics are damaging the our beautiful nature, creating lots of troubles in our daily life. So overfishing also and the poor water quality is bringing many sea creatures to the brink of extinction and causing big problems to our entire ecosystem. So goal number 14 is all about caring for our oceans. Together we can deep dive into our oceanic crisis and take actions to help people, wildlife, and the what do you call, you can say, the global economy. And the next I can say, the students have goal for life below water. The first is the reduce marine pollution. So then it is my actually target, but I will have to discuss, means I will have to just convey the message to each and every persons that there is all various types of goals for this life below water, that reduce marine pollution, protect and restore ecosystem, reduce ocean acidification, sustainably peace, conserve coastal and marine areas, end subsidies contributing to overfishing, increase the economic benefits from sustainable use of marine resources, increase scientific knowledge, research and technology for ocean health, and support small scale fishers by local and certified fish. So we have all these type of goals, and what are we all have to take action. First, mind your carbon footprint and reduce energy consumption. Nowadays we are going to the sea beach along with the what do you call, soft drinks water bottle, which is a plastic bottle, we are throwing to the sea beach. Someone is surfing, they are going for sea fishing also, they are carrying lots of waters and drinks, soft drinks, hard drinks, everything in plastic bottles and other things, garbages. So the make safe and sustainable seafood choice, that also most important to take. Another most is fewer plastic products, help take care of beach, don't purchase items that exploit marine life. It was my speech also in each and every students they have maintained. And be an ocean friendly pet owner, support and organizations working to protect the ocean, influence change in your community, and travel the ocean responsibly. That is the most important thing. Maximum people, the tourists, they don't know even the basic concept, they don't know how to maintain the ecology of the seas. They should have to follow it. Okay, now the next the when we have planted trees, the coconut trees just side in the sea beach, and the picture has taken in the Maldives sea beach. And this is especially in the in 2009 it has taken. And at that time I was also witnessed that there is a meeting, underwater meeting, for how to what do you call, showcase the world about the dangerous scenario if the global warming happens, and then when the Maldives may be in under the sea, then what will happen. So this was a demonstration picture. It has really happened, I have seen it. And the next thing is that I have seen lots of underwater restaurants also in Maldives. Now, what are the problems in the ocean? The basic thing is the overfishing. It's for food industry or for aquarium or for overfishing is a serious threat nowadays, because due to the pollution, that also should have to be maintained. And ocean acidification nowadays is the biggest challenge. And I have seen the lots of countries are taking the test ballistic missile, which is from underground, means sea to the space, and sea to the sky, and they are throwing and they are taking the missile test even under the sea. That should be banned. And the commercial whaling, the plastics and irresponsible fish farming, and which is also the causing the habitat destruction. Yes. Now, what are the four major threats? About five, I have chosen the fourth. The first thing is that climate change. Climate change arguably presents the greatest threat to the ocean health. Plastic pollution, sustainable seafood, and the marine protected areas. These are the most important areas, which is the biggest threat for the ocean life. So how you can help the ocean? Use fewer plastic products. That is the most important thing. To clean the marine seaside, or to protect the pollution, sea pollution and or underwater pollution or the water level, the life, that we should have to stop the plastics and clean the sea beach, save the water, and use eco-friendly products and eat sustainably. The next, how you can help. First thing is that never buy bottled water. The boil, filter, chlorine, rainwater, whatever. Buy local and certified fish only, and food shopping without plastic. Yes, it is possible. Nowadays, maximum country has given the order to purchase the any items from the shop within a cotton bag. They are not using the plastics. Many reasons to recycle the plastics. You can the lots of plastics are using nowadays even the furniture also they are making by plastics. So reduce, reuse, and the recycle and the refill of the plastics. This should have to implement each and every country's policy. It should be, and we need to know the facts about life below water. If anyone is a novice, is totally illiterate about the beauty, I have seen in my own eyes about the underground beauty, underwater beauty, the beautiful world. It's just like a total, completely a nursery. Beautiful flower nursery is just like a that should have to be aware of the fact that each and every persons, those who are going to the sea beach, they should have to be a clear knowledge what is inside, so they should not have any right to destroy that beauty. Now the goal, example, and significantly reduce the marine pollution all kinds by 2025. This mission has taken by the United Nations. And what would happen if our ocean die? And can we live without the sea? No. So Paul Watson told the reality is that if the ocean die, we die, because the ocean provides all those of things which makes it possible for us to live on the planet. Because three what do you call, the 75% of the water in the planet out of 100%, so 25% exactly the what do you call, the landed. So if the all ocean die or the water level is totally polluted, now it should be a greatest problem or threats for our life and challenges. And can we live without sea? No. Without the healthy ocean, our life on earth would be severely challenged, unpleasant, and even perhaps impossible. It is not possible. So if I see the beach litter in 2020, how the what do you call, the various countries have taken the initiatives. Here is a data representation. I have given a what do you call, the beach litter per square kilometer. I have given a presentation here about the data and picture. So which is published by the United Nations. You can see and you can observe which country is suffering a lot. And now what do you call, I want to conclude with my thanks to Professor Dr. Mungekar, Pratik Ranjan Mungekar, and His Excellency Dr. Michael for the Kingdom of Atlantis for giving me the chance, what do you call, to present the paper on behalf of what do you call, KOA, the Kingdom of Atlantis, in front of all the educators. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you for your presentation. And yes, we are always thinking about the life below water, because the visible one we are seeing, but what is going underwater and what is related to our own life, day-to-day life, we can't even measure that, even imagine that. We have to think about that. How can we do a sustainable world with the thinking of this and taking some measurable action. Thank you so much, Honorable, for sharing your words. So move on to the next speaker today. So I would like to call another prominent speaker of the today. Speaker Ms. Lebura Walawale from Nigeria. Honorable Lebura Walawale, please unmute yourself and share some of your words.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, can you all hear me, please?
Yeah, perfect, clear.
Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, can you all see my screen, please?
Yeah, yes.
Yes, visible.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll try to.
Please make it full screen. Okay.
Of a code, but I'll manage. Okay, so my name is Libra Olawale. I'll just go quickly because of time. I know I have just 10 minutes. I want to be sure that my slide is changing. Oh, I don't know why it's not. Okay. So I was talking about the SDG goal 6, promoting peaceful, inclusive society for sustainable development, and then provide access to justice for all and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. Before I would start, I would just like us, I don't have 10 minutes, but I'll be very quick. But I also want us to just take a minute of silence for the innocent souls that have been lost in Ukraine. I just want us to have a minute of silence for them. Just a minute, please. Thank you. Okay, so I do pray that they all find eternal rest in their souls. Thank you. So I'll go right into it. We're talking about promotion of peace and inclusive society. But there are a few things I think we want to ask ourselves. What are the reasons why we don't have peace? What are the things we can do to achieve peace? And what does it really mean to have justice? Like they say, we can't do without conflict, but we should be able to resolve conflicts in a peaceful way. Like the case of what is happening between Russia and Ukraine now. Conflict is something we'll always live with in all our lives. But what is most important is how we're able to resolve conflicts. And we should be able to do that in a peaceful way. So I'll go straight into the target. The first target talks about reducing violence everywhere. Unfortunately, we can't say that is happening in Ukraine right now. And when we talk about reducing violence everywhere, I have come to agree with the mindset that says you can't afford to live locally, but you need to think globally. It's unfortunate that at this time, with everything that is going on in Ukraine, a lot of world powers have decided to sit on the fence and no one is saying anything. Innocent lives, irrespective of whatever the issues are, no innocent soul deserves to die for someone's selfish interest, because that's the only way I say when it comes to conflict and this. So we should be able to reduce violence everywhere. And I'm worried about the fact that if the world power cannot deal with conflict, what would happen to the other people on the sideline? And if everyone is sitting on the fence, what are the chances that one country doesn't wake up tomorrow and prey on another country because they feel they have the power to do so? And that's why I think we all need to speak up with what is going on right now in the world, because everyone is keeping quiet. That's one of the things that makes violence thrive. When we keep quiet, when we don't speak up, when we don't lend our voice in the right things and speak up against when we see violence and everyone just goes into their shell and act as if it's not their business. Today, we're all saying people are looking for how to ship their citizens out of Ukraine, but is that really the solution? Because today it is Ukraine. Is it going to be China tomorrow? Could it be Nigeria tomorrow? Would it be Greece tomorrow? Or could it be, and it could just be any other country tomorrow. So we need to learn to speak up whenever we see violence. The next one is protect children from abuse. At this time, when there is conflict, the most vulnerable people are children. You know, I think about what is going on in Ukraine, and recently I saw something online of doing it because of his children and grandchildren. Now, because the reality is the children are always the victim when it comes. The children are always the victims when it comes to war and there's crisis. So how are we protecting the children? How are we protecting the children within our circle? We need to start from where we are. Within your vicinity, 10 meters away from you, do you know every child around you? Is every child within the 10-meter radius or 100-meter radius around you? Are they well protected? Are there guarantees that the child within 100 meters around you is not going through any kind of exploitation? So those are the questions we need to begin to ask ourselves and challenge ourselves with it. Promote the rule of law and ensure equal access to justice. And like I say, no one is above the law. Everyone is accountable. But if we say promote equal access to justice, there's some areas where they don't even have courts. I like the concept of building the beautiful smart city. And my greatest concern when it comes to that is if we're going to be building smart cities, those cities will remain smart for as long as we can afford to ensure that justice reigns in those cities. Because the moment we don't have justice in our smart cities, conflict will arise. No matter how smart the city of Ukraine had been, with this conflict at this moment, I can tell you that a lot has been destroyed. And those things that have been destroyed took years to build, and it will take years to rebuild them. At this point in time, you know, peace is so key to development. Right now, there's no child in Ukraine that would think of going to school. No one in Ukraine at this moment will be thinking of how can they have peace? How can they live at peace? So even when we think of development, the key thing that can lead is peace and justice. In a society where we don't have peace, we don't have justice, we can't develop nothing, because people would be thinking of how they can survive. I'm sure a lot of people are not even thinking of how to get the next meal. Yes, there are people who probably have not eaten in 24 hours, but that at this moment is probably not even the priority on their mind. What they are thinking of is how they can be safe. And when we talk about equal access to justice, it's not just, don't just think about people having justice within your own community. Think of giving justice to people beyond your community. I have seen several videos on social media where people are trying to cross the border because they're trying to seek for safety, and they're not allowed to because they're people of color or because they don't belong to that race. Like I said, if we want to achieve peace and justice by 2030, then we need to stop thinking locally. We need to start thinking globally. The other target is combating organized crime and illicit finance and arms flow. And unfortunately, that's one of the things that we'll be striving at this time. In the midst of conflict, one of the things that strive in the midst of serious conflict is organized. The people who are benefiting from this, because it's an opportunity for them to cover their tracks in a lot of ways. The people who are enjoying this, because at this point, nobody's questioning how they raise their funds. The people who are benefiting because yes, they have opportunity to sell their arms. So it's important that we begin to fight for peace. It's important that we begin to fight for justice, substantially reduce corruption and bribery. And most times, one of the things that takes away our peace is corruption and bribery. I have been trying to read. I try not to take sides, and I try not to believe everything I see on social media because most things are fake. But then you want to ask yourself, where is the root of all this evil coming from? Why are some world powers keeping quiet at this time? Are they not trying to call for a roundtable discussion and find solution? Do they have personal interest they are trying to protect? Lives. Develop effective, accountable, and transparent institutions. We need to get to the point where our institutions have become so transparent. Our intentions, why we do things, why we go into partnership, it's so transparent, and people understand that we're doing it for the good of everyone, not for selfish interest. Ensure responsive, inclusive, and representative decision-making. Now, I am actually wondering, do we have every single citizen in the world's interest represented when it comes to global issues? Within our communities, within where we live, even as educators, I'll take it back to the classroom as an educator. It's every child. Does every child feel so inclusive in your classroom? Because most times we ignore the fact that these things that happen in the global world actually starts from minor conflicts in classrooms where people were never given that opportunity. They never found themselves. And the truth is, as educators, we have a lot to do. As educators, we have a lot to do. Strengthen the participation in global governance.
Dear Honorable, sorry to interrupt. Can you please round up?
Yes, I am. So provide universal legal identity for everyone, making sure everyone counts, because that's the only way we can provide and have good developmental principles for everyone. If we're sure that everyone counts, if we're sure of birth rates when it comes to every citizen, and then also ensure public access to information and protect fundamental human freedoms, strengthen national institutions to prevent violence and combat terrorism and crime. And I think this is one place where we as a global, we all can stand together, unite as global citizens, and ensure that there's peace in the world. And I just want to say that I hope that the world power can do something and restore peace to Ukraine. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. So move on to the next speaker. Thank you so much for your words. I'm so sorry to interrupt you because as we are running out and it was started from 6 Indian Standard Time. So it's all about 6 hours to go on. So anyway, move on to the next speaker and most effective personnel, I have to say, because I have known this person from the very beginning with different conference. So without further ado, I would like to call the educator, one of the great personnel, my brother, Muhammad Jubair, all the way from India. Brother, floor is yours. Brother Muhammad Jubair, please unmute yourself and share your words.
Am I audible?
Yeah, right now you're audible. Brother, you can share.
Okay, thank you. But just 1 second. Okay. बंद कर दो 2 मिनट. One second, just.
Thanks. First of all, I want to thanks for providing me the opportunity. I'm Mohammad Zubair from India. I'm assistant professor here in New Delhi. And my today I have to talk on sustainable goal 17 to strengthen the means of implementation and uh, revitalize implementation and the goal global partnership for sustainable development. So successful implementation, of the 17 sustainable development goals depends on a comprehensive funding framework that goes beyond official development assistance commitments. So this goal, strengthen the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. Like in finance, like strengthen domestic resource mobilization, including through international support to developing countries to improve domestic capacity for tax and other revenues collection, and developed countries to implement fully their official development assistance commitments, including the commitment by many developed countries to achieve the target, and mobilize additional financial resources for developing countries from multiple sources, assist developing countries in attending long-term debt sustainability through coordinated policies aimed at fostering, and the other aspect of this goal is technology to enhance, to enhance the technology and innovation and enhance knowledge sharing on mutually agreed terms among the countries, promote the development transfer and the diffusion of the environmentally sound technologies to developing countries on favorable terms, including on concessional and professional terms, and capacity building as well. Enhance international support for implementing effective and targeted capacity building in developing countries to support national plans to implement all the sustainable development goals, including through through north, south, east, west, everywhere. And trade, promote a universal, rules based, open, non-discriminatory, non-biased, and equitable, multilateral trading system among the countries around the world. Significantly increase the exports of developing countries, in particular with a view of to doubling the least developed, countries' share of global exports. And systematic issues um, like policy and institutional coherence, enhance global, macroeconomic stability among the countries, including through policies, coordination, and policy coherence, enhance policy coherence for sustainable development, and respect each country's policy space and leadership to establish a good relationship and implement policies for poverty eradication and sustainable development. And multi-stakeholder partnerships enhance the global partnerships for sustainable development, complemented by multi-stakeholders partnerships that mobilize and share knowledge, expertise, technology, and financial resources. And the data monitor and by 2030 build on existing initiatives to develop measurements of progress on sustainable development that complement gross development around the world. So these are the aspects. And the other thing, we can say, we can talk about I was talking about the finance, like strengthen domestic resource mobilization, including uh, through international support to developing countries to improve domestic capacity for tax and other things as well. And the uh, the the other issues of this goal is the sustainable 17 goal are, today's nowadays all the countries are facing, the previous speaker was saying about the Ukraine issue. So all countries have to work and support to each other and enhance the and enhance the abilities and capacities building, because capacity building improves enhance international support for implemented effective and targeted capacity building in developing countries to support, national plans to and international plans to implement all the sustainable development goals, because we want to achieve all those goals and the partnership and the collaboration is important for all those things, including through when we talk about the world. So trade, we have to promote the trade among the countries around the world, realize, timely implementation of duty free and, quota free market access on a lasting basis for all, least developed countries, consistent with the world trade organizations, and systematic issues like, you know you you know enhance policy coherence for sustainable development among the countries. And we have to provide the opportunities to all the countries, and we have to implement all those policies in the practical manner, and respect and support each country policy space, and provide the opportunities to every country for the eradication of poverty and the problems around them. So, and encourage and promote effective public and private and public private and civil society partnerships, because partnerships and collaboration and teamwork will work, building on the experience and resourcing strategies of the partnerships. So these are the goals we have to achieve by uh, the 2030 agenda of sustainable development adopted by all the United Nations member states in 2015 provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for the people of the planet now into in the future. So as its heart are the 17 sustainable development, which are an urgent call for action by all countries developed and developing in a global partnership, because developed and developing countries can support each and other, and they recognize and that ending poverty and the, other deprivations must go hand in hand with strategies that improve health and education, reduce inequality and biasness, and spur economic growth, all while tackling climate change and working to preserve our ocean and forest. So in many conferences have done in the past. In 1992 Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, more than 178 countries participated. And in 2002 in Africa, the another conference has been organized. And in 2013 the General Assembly set up 30 members open working group to develop a proposal on SDGs. So in 2015 the General Assembly began the negotiation process on the post 2015 development agenda. So many conferences have done in the past, in Addis Ababa in 2015, in many summits, in Paris Agreement in 2015. So to the Division for Sustainable Development in the United Nations department provides that substantive support and capacity building for SDGs and related thematic issues, so including water, including energy, including climate, ocean, urbanization, transport, science and technology, and the Global Sustainable Development Report. So the partnership and the collaborative work is required, and we have to make a good connection between the developing countries with the developed countries, and those countries have helped to the developing countries and aim to help and facilitate the engagement. We have to increase the participation and engagement in the society among the countries, then we can achieve all those goals. And by this we can build on existing initiative to develop measurements of progress, and we can own sustainable development that complement gross domestic product, and support statistical capacity building in the developing countries. And by 2025 enhance capacity building support to developing countries, including for least developed countries and small islands developing states, to increase significantly the availability of high quality, timely, reliable things. So we have to remove the biasness and the race, the ethic, and we have to respect each and everyone in the society, and we have to collaborate with other, and we have to provide the opportunities to all to enhance the capabilities in the society. And technology will play a vital role in these things. Many innovations and technology enhance knowledge. We can enhance our knowledge and sharing on mutually agreed terms, including through improved coordination among existing mechanisms, in particular at the United Nations level, and globally technology facilitation mechanism. So we can promote the development, transfer, and dissemination and diffusion of environmentally sound technologies among the countries to achieve the goals and fully operationalize the technology bank and science. And these are the things we can do. And the finance is the important aspect. And as I told earlier, adopt and implement investment in the countries for the promotion a regime for the promotion of the countries, assist developing countries. Thank you. Thank you. It was my view, and thanks for providing me the opportunity to speak on this goal. And partnership and collaborative work is important to achieve all the goals, and we can make a good society, we can make a good world for the human beings, and we have to support each other because all human beings are living together in this beautiful world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Look at the spirit. I really love that, brother. Your speech always gives something, some vibes, some information that is very, what should I say? The strength. They give the positive information. They give the ultimate destination and action plan. What should we do? Thank you so much for your sharing and being with us. So first of all, I am really apologize for the next speaker. I'm so sorry to still waiting you. Yeah, you are smiling. That's really great. I know it's all about 1 a.m. already happening in your country. In your time zone is really hectic. I know that. I'm extremely sorry for that. I have to maintain the schedule. Anyway, without further ado, I would like to call the most prominent person and the most smiley and sweetest sister, Ivanova. Honorable Ivanova, ma'am, floor is yours.
Hello, dear friends. First of all, I should express my gratitude for inviting me to such a great forum, global forum, and be able to listen to various points of view on the Sustainable Development Goals and be given an opportunity to present my view, my vision, my experience in promoting Sustainable Development Goals. So, I will share my brief presentation. So I'm a teacher of English, and I promote these goals throughout all my curriculum. Just teach my students and involve them into active actions towards goals achievement. So when we speak about Sustainable Development Goals, we remember that they were preceded by the Millennium Development Goals, and there were 8 of them, and the last one was called a Global Partnership for Development, because that project of 8 goals and this recent one, they are all projects, and project work requires teamwork, and when we work in a team, we should be partners. So in 2015, the United Nations Assembly passed the Agenda 2030, and it was the start of the 17 SDGs march around the globe. These goals are to solve global challenges, and we are to solve them together. So the Sustainable Development Goals make up a milestone in the recent history of the world, because all the countries developing, emerging democracies, economies, and industrialized countries must work together, must partner for the goals. So why do we need partnership? So the SDGs are 3-dimensional goals which imply sustainability in social, environmental, and economic views. And all the 17 goals are indivisible and interdependent. And the guiding principles for action are man, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. Or, in short, the 5 Ps: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. These are the main, the milestones of the goals. So now I'm going to focus on sustainable development goal number 17, which is called partnership. And what is this goal about? So it is about partnerships for the goals and officially formulated as strengthen the means of implementation to revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. So this goal falls under 5 categories. It covers financial, technological, capacity building spheres, and trade systemic issues. So as the previous reporter mentioned, so this goal focuses on 19 targets, which are indicated by 24 criteria, indicators. So I will not go into details, I just briefly remind you of the main targets of the partnership. So in the financial sphere, so we should focus on resource mobilization and ensure global support for developing nations. Developed nations should fully implement their official development assistance. Extra financial resources to assist developing nations are important. We should provide debt sustainability for developing countries and promote investment administrations. In the technological sphere, we should improve global access to and cooperation on science, innovation, technology, and sharing knowledge. We should promote the creation, transfer, and distribution of ecological sound technologies and utilize innovation and technology, particularly ICT. Capacity building implies global support for the implementation of targeted and effective capacity building work and implementing all the SDGs. And in the sphere of trade, we should promote global, open, rule-based, equitable, multilateral trading, enhance the export sector, quota-free and duty-free market access for all developing countries. And the systemic issues imply universal partnership to achieve sustainable development, financial resources, knowledge and technology, effective public-private civic society and public partnerships, policy coherence, and universal macroeconomic stability. Besides, we should respect every nation's leadership and policy space. We should improve capacity building in developing countries and promote initiatives to set up progress measurements. So these are the main targets of partnership. And the information communication technologies take the important role, they play the important role in the Sustainable Development Goals achievement and in partnerships in particular. So according to the 2030 agenda, the spread of information and communication technology and global interconnectedness has great potential to accelerate human progress, to bridge the digital divide, to develop knowledge societies. So these ideas are very close to me as a teacher, as a medtech. So ICTs are crucial in achieving all the SDGs because they possess cross-cutting transformative potential. They accelerate all the 3 pillars of sustainable development like economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. Information communication technologies provide an innovative and effective means of implementation of interconnected world. And what can we do? We, organizations, people, educators, students, what can we do? What can be done? So we can start learning, raising awareness about SDGs. The world's largest lesson and the huge resources it provides help educators to teach students about the importance of Sustainable Development Goals achievement. So we should start planning businesses and employees and organizations like educators, we should start planning projects for equitable and prosperous future. And then we should take action, stay updated, spread the word, and show our support to sustain the goals. And now, being a practitioner, a teacher, I will share some practical steps my students and I have taken, invited by global educators. And these are some of the milestones in this year. So, first of all, I should talk about Global Climate Action Project, a very eminent activity project, which resulted in the Global Climate Action Day on November 4th, 2021, and 250 schools were nominated as schools of excellence. So we were lucky to be on the list. So a very important project for us was initiated by Mrs. Kaur Dillon, the principal of Kamla Nehru School, India, which was running for 9 months last year. And we had partnership connections every 2 weeks. School stories were shared on SDG development. Student activities implied presentations, art, dance, songs, performances, and interconnections. We had a huge and exciting Foundation Music Festival to celebrate art, global art. At the end of so in September, we had a Sustainable Development Beans Race to celebrate the birthday of the Sustainable Development Goals. And then we had lots of students' voices on the grid to support Sustainable Development Goals. And every goal was reflected in the newsletters presenting students' art. Another huge project, which is still running, again was initiated by Indian teachers, by the Kamla Nehru School, and it is very innovative because it focuses on electronic waste. I should say that in my country, we are just starting to talk and think about electronic waste, and India has promoted and has progressed greatly because they have got several businesses which focus on recycling e-waste, and that was a huge social project initiated by Indian educators. So it ran from December 2021 to February 2022. And we had e-waste student-teacher partners connections, students' activities involved the presentations on electronic waste, research and presentations on the harmful substances contained in electronic waste. Students created magnificent art, dance, song performances. We had interconnections to share our findings. Again, Flipgrid Voices empowered every student's voice. Newsletters were published. We had virtual electronic waste recycling businesses tours to learn about the businesses that recycle electronic waste. We had expert talks on recycling to teach educators and students about the process of recycling electronic waste. And the final goal target was to organize collective electronic waste drive. And it is a huge activity, which is run mostly through India. Students and educators are collecting huge boxes of electronic waste and donating them to local businesses. So it is a very great initiative, very up-to-date activity. And of course, as a teacher, as a global educator, I'm interested in participating with like-minded people in global education networks. Lots of them have sprung due to the pandemic. So and all of them are appealing in their own way. My favorite ones are Global Education Network, initiated by Bangladesh, so which has spread along through a wide global community of educators. And another one is 21st DigiSkills, which is also very active. And
dear Honorable, I'm sorry to interrupt. Dear Honorable, can you please round up? We are running out.
The final slide, yes. So, as an educator, I teach my students about sustainable development goals, and I do my best to involve them into active research and active action towards SDGs. So, and I would finish with the hashtag Better Together. So when we are partners, we can make the world a better place to live. Thank you for having me. Thank you. Stay safe. Thank you.
Please give a electronic claps, heart shape, and more respect to our honorable speaker, Ivanova. You have shared such a blessing and informative words. Look at this. And what we like most, that is still the midnight. You are here to share your words, and that is the inspiration. That is the spirit of sharing, and sharing is caring.
Yes.
And thank you so much. That's what we like most. We are really honored to be here. Even we are really honored because we are getting some of words.
Yes, we are together. Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And yeah, we have been moving forward, and it's all about, I mean, just a couple of minutes ahead. So move on to the next speaker. So I would like to call our next speaker. Yes, already unmute. Shamrat Patke. Honorable, please share your words.
First of all, a warm namaste to all my brothers and sisters around the globe. My name is Sharmad. I'm working as a senior research developer, and we are working in the power industry. So I'll thank every one of you for giving me this opportunity to share. Yeah. Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So my topic for today is the actual application, how we can use artificial intelligence to achieve the SDGs goals. So we all know these goals. So today I'll talk about, I'm picking the goal number 3, good health and well-being, and the 9th, industrial innovation and infrastructure. To start with, I'll establish a context. There are 3 basic things: artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning. Artificial intelligence deals with actual writing the software, which takes inputs and gives outputs, and then we enhance the software and then again do the same. Machine learning deals with we don't have to actually write the program in software. It just takes the data and processes it and learns on its own. And deep learning is also similar to the machine learning, but it is quite more advanced. Let's not go into the details. Yeah. So here is a snapshot and the aspects of machine learning which are involved in the artificial intelligence and machine learning that we use in the day-to-day life, but which we can use that can solve most of the economical, social, and health and environmental problems nowadays we are facing. So among from these, what is the latest thing? The flashy thing is the reinforcement learning. So what is a reinforcement learning? It works on 2 things. Basically, there is an action, there is agent, and there is a reward. If an agent wants a reward, he has to do some actions, and based on that actions, that program is evaluate itself, and it chooses the best path to get the best possible solution for any given problem. So we just put these into our basic needs of solving the problems for the SDGs and get the output, the desired output. So here is how we can use artificial intelligence to solve the health related and well-being related or problems, or to achieve the goals which are health and well-being related. As we have seen this global pandemic, the artificial intelligence reinforcement learning actually was used to the test of vaccines that are prepared in the lab. There are simulation techniques which were used in real application, which helped us to solve the problem that scientists were facing in developing the vaccines. And also we are now using smart watches that help us track our blood oxygen, heart rates, that can use to prevent any harm to our health. We can use these applications in diagnostics, medical research, or virtual assistance that can be provided if there is no first aid is available. Apart from that, another thing is how we can use this reinforcement learning or artificial intelligence in industrial or innovation sector. To give an example, I'll give example of my company. We have used AI or some algorithm. We produce, we are into manufacture and power business. So we use solar generators to produce power for ourselves, and we use predictions how much power we are using right now and how much power we will be using for next 30 days. According to that, we consume and use that much power, and remaining the excess creation of power, we just supply to the grid. So we are actually applied this reinforcement learning and algorithms and AI in the sustainable development and optimal utilization of resources, and trying to help others who are deprived of energy and powers. Also in the gaming, but not the regular gaming, we have also developed some training related games where people don't have to use much energy or fuel or actual trucks or motors, to give the training to their staff. People can just play the game, and using that, as they're playing the game, we just try to train them morally, mentally. Also, we save some fuel and resources. So there are a lot of aspects to this, and we are trying to achieve this. And with the help of AI, there is also scope in the manufacturing about how we can make it more affordable. Every take is not affordable as of now, but with the help of this, we can try to find out the optimal way of manufacturing tech, the latest tech, so that everyone in the world can afford it, can use it, and can make a good use of it, and take the benefit of it, so that we all get benefited out of it. So that's it. I'll try to wind up as soon as possible. This can go on, but thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Well, thank you so much, Sharmat brother. In the end, you are just sharing something else. This AI, that is what is, something different. And finally, and look at the beginning and the ending. Both at the side give the great information, great start and powerful end. So thank you so much. So I would like to hand over to the Dr. Pratik Rajan. Brother, share some of your words.
Yes, thank you so much, Sharma. Now, Professor Nada will play one video on behalf of Olorinto. He has sent his video message because he had some network issue.
Yes, he tried today from Nigeria, Taiwu. So I will put his just a minute. Okay. I didn't share the sound. I will again, just a moment. Okay.
Good day, everyone. My name is Olontoyin Shefiu Taiwo from Nigeria. I want to speak on the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 10, reduce inequality. Reduce inequality. The goals has 10 targets to be achieved by 2030. Progress toward target will be measured by indicator. The first 7 targets are outcome targets, reduce income inequalities, promote universal social, economics and political inclusion, ensure equal opportunities, and end discrimination. Improve regulation of global financial markets and institutions. Enhance representation for developing countries in finance institutions. Responsible and well-managed migration policy. The other 3 targets are means of achievements targets, special and differential treatment for developing countries. Encourage development, assistance, and investment in less developed countries. Reduce transaction costs of migration remittance. Target 10 is to sustain income growth of the bottom of 40% of the population of rates higher than the national average. These goals, known as share prosperity, in complementing Sustainable Development Goals 1, the eradication of extreme poverty, and it is relevant for all countries in the world. In 73 countries during the period 2012 to 2017, the bottom 40% of the population saw its income growth. Still, in all countries with data, the bottom 40% of the population receive less than 25% of the overall.
That is that. I put what he sent, so.
Thank you. Now, finally, we are done with all the speakers with the second day of International Conference on Innovation and Sustainable Development Goals. So on behalf of Kingdom of Atlantis and the Ministry of Sustainable Development, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our dear moderator, Brother Noor Ahmed, Ambassador Noor Ahmed, for his excellent moderation for more than 6 hours. You are amazing. Thank you so much. And also, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guests, eminent speakers, and such an amazing audience. A wide round of applause and thanks to all the participants who made the event a memorable one. Finally, I would like to thank all of you present here for making the time to be with us today for almost more than 6 hours, helping us make this event a grand success. So thank you so much when all present here. Thank you. A big round of applause for all of us. congratulations to all of us. Thank you. So anyone wants to share something, they can share now.
Yeah, I would like to express my gratitude again. Thank you so much, Dr. Pratik. You have done you have done really excellent job. And you are too younger to all of us. And in spite of that, you are doing excellent in each and every conferences itself. So I would like to appreciate you personally and on the behalf of all the speakers here, all the participants here, and Ambassador Noor Ahmed, you are also too young. You have done a very good moderation here, and you are really always excellent. I have found you always in everywhere. So thank you to you also.
That's
And
really inspiring. Thank you so much.
yeah, and thank you each and everyone again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words.
Dr. Kalpana, we are all family. Brother Noor, Dr. Pratik, Dr. Mikhail, Patricia, we are all together always. So we are family. I want to also congratulate to Dr. Pratik for this great conference, first conference of Innovation SDG, to Brother Noor, Shelley, everyone who was here, who was working hard on this, and all speakers were really amazing and excellent. Congratulations to all.
Yes, yes. Congratulations to all of us. Thank you. So can we conclude this?
Yes, yes, because you will now have 3 hours of recording.
Yes. So I need 3
Yes,
hours.
yes. We,
Yeah,
brother, I do believe that it's all about.
group photograph.
Yes, yes, yes.
One group photograph.
I
Okay,
can.
then we will conclude.
Laura, open your camera.
Open your
Laura.
camera. Sharmad also. Open your camera. So you can take one group photograph and then we will. Okay. Where is Laura? Hello. She's not there, I think.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I'm taking picture. Smile, everyone. Thank you.
I did already.
Okay.
Thank you all, Honorable. And yeah, Brother Pratik, maybe you didn't take your dinner yet because it's all about 12 a.m. is crossing, I know. In my country is 12:50 a.m. and your country is 12, I guess like half an hour. It's 20. 20, half an hour. Okay, brother, take care. And this is really a great initiative. So we had a great time. Thank you so much for giving me the floor and keep faith on me.
Yes, yes. Thank you, thank you.
So let's end this round up.
Yes.
Have a great day. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
I'm waiting for the Professor Hakon. Hello.